close that because that's not working. Alright, looks like we are live. Let's toss up some announcements, let folks know that we are streaming. I'll go here. Okay. Here's our channel. Here. Some other one. I guess. Let's do that. Okay, I think we are good to go. Let's go. Let's start off with a redeem. Something fun. Do some Conan.
Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good.
Let's go. So we have some have some mine open right now. I think are we all level 70? Oh, 70, 70, 69, 70, 70. Okay, so he's just coming back up. I guess the last one will go into HP up, right? Because we recovered all our points from Divinity. So we got Stalker. Yeah. Okay. Put points in here on top. Yeah, lots of things. Hey, Cosmic, welcome in, sir. I'm gonna start by using up the. I've got 13 mines left for the day. Or, not mines, but 13 ability. 13. Anyway, gonna go mine. My brain's not working yet. Anyway. How goes Diablo, sir? Let's get that one. Hey there, Hardcore. Welcome in. And Drake. Welcome. Let's see here. Do some shout outs for Cosmic. I think Hardcore and Drake, you're probably already familiar with Cosmic, but anyone watching after, Cosmic's good people. Plays a lot of new indie games on Steam. A lot of interesting things. Was recently playing Mario Rabbids. Does a lot of those kind of XCOM-ish type games. Very good people. We got Drake. Drake's been playing a whole ton of Legend of Zelda. He is the Mr. Master, resident Mr. Master. So if you like watching retro games, if you like watching Zelda, he is all about that. Wolfie's here too. Welcome in. I appreciate the lurk. Let me give Hardcore a shout out as well. This clip was Drake and/or Drake Jr. playing some Snake game, which I think is a homebrew for Commodore 64, I think. Uh, I shouldn't be muted. Oh, ZX Spectrum. It's the ZX Spectrum, yeah. Here's Hardcore playing some, looks like Castlevania 4? Super Castlevania? Hardcore's good people. He hangs out with a bunch of us on VCG's Discord. A lot of retro achievement hunting. Very good dude. Been watching a couple of his streams lately. Good people. And we got Wolfie. Wolfie's our resident poet and master of wit. Plays a lot of indie Steam games, lots of platformers, puzzle games. A lot of sort of story-heavy adventure games as well. So, very cool dude. If you like watching that kind of stuff. Alright. What was I doing in the game now? I think I want to do... second? Sure. Okay. I vaguely remember... Oh, that's right. We played... Come on, brain, work. We played, Park together. That's what we did. We were playing, all of us. Tears of the Kingdom. Are you waiting on Kid Tungsten to get your, get your Switch? Wait in line for it. There we go. It's been a minute since I played this. I probably should have focused on it earlier. But we're, goal here is park together like a mature audience thing. For the Switch. I don't get the park together thing, but I think I said it to mature a while ago just because I didn't want anyone getting their pennies in a bunch if we ended up talking about I don't know, just like philosophy or like I don't want to talk about anything that I wouldn't be comfortable in my niece's hearing range, but it's like I don't want to cover stuff that's like really 18 plus stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't mind talking about that's like I don't know, like religion, politics type stuff. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I still want to keep my, you know, clean language, and not going to be discussing, you know, lewd stuff, etc. Oh, what I usually do here is put him to sleep. That's what I was doing before. That's right. It's okay. Have her just do. Yeah, I got one of these guys. Let's get fresh. That. Yeah. Let's just go all out attack. There we go. Alright, and I can mine about 13 things. If you're 13? I mean, that's true, but... I think it's more or less understood that people do it anyway. Yeah. It would be nice. It would be nice if parents paid more attention to what their kids were watching. Bum, 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 bum. Got some Azure ore. I think we've gotten some of that before, but only kind of rarely. Yes, yes. Blue stuff. Okay. On we get. Gonna take back the stuff I just mined. Sell it, and then we'll get going on more exploration of the... Well, with all the bits that we kind of paid. That's the wrong button. Was it this one? No. There was a button to... Yeah, there we go. Reading the menu buttons because it's been so long. You're going to do an Addison run? Addison is... I'll call it 1060 West Addison. I am not getting it. I'm sorry. Is that a Zelda thing? Let's do... Okay, so this time we want to move forward. Oh, we should do... Oops. We should use Stalker, so that we don't have to fight as much. Now it's all come back. That's the address for Wrigley Field. I see. So that's the Wrigley is the Gum family, right? Which baseball team is Wrigley Field? I feel like I should know that. Is that Yankee Field? Is that where the Yankees play in New York? Oh, the Cubs. Okay, so Chicago. Which makes more sense because you're from Chicago. Yes. Actually, let's just have you attack. Take that one out. Go ahead and do that. That one. And we want, Wrigley's Big Gum in Chicago. Okay. I'm familiar with them as the folks that own Catalina, or at least a large chunk of Catalina, and saved the come on, brain. I'm trying to remember anything. I can't this today. They saved the Boy Scout camps. So Emerald Bay and the one I went to summer camp at which was not Emerald Bay, it was Cherry Valley. Cherry Valley. The Wrigley family saved those from being bulldozed because the local developers, almost like a Goody story, like the local developers wanted to get rid of it, and the Wrigley family was like, "Hey, we own all this. You don't get to do this without our say." Oh, that's interesting. I guess that would make sense. If they were owned by the Wrigleys, then they would send them to some other place that they owned for summer training or something. That's cool. Gotcha. Spring training. Makes sense. Let's do shock over here. And let's do grab your arms. Maybe 60s? Before I can remember anyway. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm not, I wasn't alive back then. In the 60s, I think let's see. So my parents just are celebrating their 50th this year. So that would have been 2023 minus 5. Okay, well, my parents would have been married by then. I was gonna say my parents were probably just dating then, but no, they were married by then. Anyway. Sarasota, Florida. Oh, like the Cubs were based out of Sarasota, Florida? Or they were doing spring training in Sarasota, Florida? Imagine the Chicago Cubs have been the Chicago Cubs for a good long while, right? Now it's Arizona and all the other teams are there too, I think. Ah, okay. For over 1,000 generations, the Chicago Cubs have kept peace over the galaxy. Is there a sci-fi movie about Chicago Cubs keeping the peace? Baseball, the American pastime. Keeps the peace. Maybe confusing them with Jedi Knights. Yeah, we're out of stuff. I'm kind of ready for this to be over and done with. I can't wait till I can just like flee. When Link is level 70, at that point it won't matter. We just run from every fight. And I suppose I could run from these fights as is, but kinda might as well get the last little bits of EXP, right? Uh-huh. Over 100 years, second oldest existing ballpark. Oldest is Fenway. Okay. Nice contribution of 2 there, Nacho. Really. Getting with these guys. Wait. Let's go to the defender. We don't really need the defender. What's that on? That one. That one. Get that one, I guess. Oops. Okay. We need to go. Now that I'm watching those timed messages come through more often, I feel like maybe I need to adjust those so they're a little less. They don't come through as quite as often. It seems a little excessive. Yeah, just like the been watching for a while, interest in what I've played before, those messages. I think I've got them set to like go every once every 10 minutes or something. Maybe I should set it to more like once every 20 or once every 30. Just a random thought. It doesn't help. I got my bots working on. I got my Streamlabs bot working on YouTube, so it's all working on both places. So every time it comes through, it's repeating that message on both channels. So Restream bot then turns around and pushes it back out twice. So it's very noticeable now. Okay, so we're over here. Right. Right. We had investigated pretty much everything on the west side. Now we need to hit the east side. These guys again. I want that. That. That's fair. Oh, Nacho, that wasn't helping any help. Didn't hit any of either of them here. But that's okay. Actually, have you focus that one down? Try again. There we go. You like the extra things using the direct interface? Oh, did you get affiliate already? Congratulations if you did. Took me a while. I mean, I got the letter for it, but I haven't actually done it. Just because I'm kind of waiting. Well, because I don't want ads. I don't want people to have to watch ads. Because I'm not really here to make money. I'm just here to hang out with people. Anyway. TS is you can't multi-industry. Yeah. No. I want to check was... Yeah, I gave him shop. Dude. Bam. Oh, and did we get soccer back up? No, we did not. Alright. Right, you had mentioned you had some friends that were... You mentioned that you had a particular friend that was looking at your Zelda videos. What I used to do in this case, I think just focus down, and then 4-4. That one needs to die. Actually, that one needs to die first. Yes. I don't know if he is looking at YouTube, but I have a watch kind of like 1 on all my TOTK videos, but no live views. I've got both linked in the way I do my announcements. when I go live. And I've got my D-Live account linked as well, though I haven't been streaming there because Restream only allows 2 right now. If you go paid with them, I think they'll let you go as many as you want, but I don't see enough of a benefit to paying for a Restream. Like in Discord, just put the Twitch link because it's easier to type. Oh, do you manually type yours? I just use the there's a, I think the Restream bot does a you can set it up to do announcements for you. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is a pit. Do I? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is a pit. Yep, it's a pit. Yeah, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. What I want is the larger view. There we go. Alright, what's the best way here? I don't want to aggro more than one of these guys at once. So let's go over here. Well, I often have to go looking a little bit. I'm gonna try and make sure I keep track of when you go online. So, anything that makes that easier is nice. Alright, let's fight, bird. Always the blind side. Always. I want that. Let's go ahead and boost. Since we're doing boost, we should do the redeem. Haven't done that one in a while. Oops. Wrong button. Can watch on YouTube for the reruns, but I know most of the appeal is catching it live with the interaction. Yeah. I think I'll do my final run spoiler episode as a recording uploaded though. Just so you don't have to keep warning people that pop in of like, hey, hi there, if you're watching this, there may be spoilers. I feel like people that are watching on Twitch are expecting spoilers though, so kind of like they can't really blame you. Let's go for arms. Like it almost goes without saying that if somebody's playing something on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever, streaming it, then there's a high chance that there will be spoilers. Oh, not even the same playlist. I see. Oh, by the way, Drake, I do have my I'm sitting in my Discord voice chat in on my server if you want to join. Feel free to. It will be pre-recorded, maybe even with edits. Professional. Very professional. Alright, our immunize would have worn off. And our defender. I might as well put this back up. It's gonna be a minute before we defeat this guy anyway. Okay, so we got his arms. I mean, his leg, its face again. Okay. So now we can do our this on him, but we're also in range to do that. Kind of silly how that goes. Like, by the time you've got him all bound and you can do your super attack on him, he's already ready to be insta-killed. There he goes. Very nice. Focus on that one. That one. Actually, I don't need that. I just defend. Oops. Wait, they all missed? How? It's got its arms bound and everything? Sometimes this game's RNG is so weird. We should probably toss Stalker on too, because it's probably worn off. And we can gather again. It's already the next day. I'm not gonna worry. Dang it! Didn't hit twice. Hit the other button. Anyway. I'm not gonna defeat these guys in 2 turns, I don't think. Maybe if I do that. Oh, there we go. Hey, we did it. Blindside? Yeah. Every time with this particular one. What you gonna do? I should probably want immunize up first. Let's put up relaxing.
Hello.
Hey there.
There.
Welcome in.
Hi. You sharing your screen in here, or do I have to go to the Twitch and then mute the Twitch?
I can share a screen in both places.
Whatever's more. I could do either one.
Let's see here.
But obviously, I'll have to mute the Twitch because we'll hear you twice then.
There you go. And I believe voice chat is open. It is. Okay. So voice chat is going. You are candid, sir. On candid mic. What am I doing here? I need to check. Got Defender. Yep.
I gotta figure out how to view your chat. There we go. I'm in the right one. Watch stream. I think I know how to do this. I haven't set this up. I'm on my other computer that I do the streaming from.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's a little different because I haven't set it up on this one. Because this is the one that died before. So
right.
I kind of keep them separate. But I was on this one because I was wanting to prepare or whatever. And then it locked up anyway when I tried to log into Discord. So I had to reboot it, come back in. It was annoying.
Oof. Sounds annoying.
But whatever. I can see you now. On my vertical monitor with the widescreen thing, so it's like really tiny, relatively speaking. Because I'm on my vertical monitor and I'm watching a
right,
2DS or the DS with the side by side images, so it's like really, yeah, it's weird.
It's even tinier than normal.
Yeah, that's not your fault, of course. So if I close that, no, that just is that.
That's okay. You can blame me for everything. It's all my fault.
Okay, well, I can, but it wouldn't be right. Sorry, it's this goes against my principles. Sorry.
It's all good.
I can make Discord quack though, apparently.
Nice.
Be like that. Wah.
I guess that's for when people need to duck out.
I don't know. I just go down here and there's a thing that says sounds. To like this emoji face. There's a little sound thing, and it has quack, air horn, cricket, golf clap, sad horn, and tis.
Nice.
Here's the sad horn. Yeah, it puts a little horn over my my streaming avatar thingy, or whatever you mean, the voice chat one.
I'm guessing that can be heard over the stream too, because
I'm wondering about that. Yeah, because if you can hear my voice, presumably you can hear that too, because I would assume it uses that channel to play it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm capturing everything from all the sound that's coming out of Discord, basically.
So that'd be hilarious if, like, you get to a point in the game and then I play the sad horn because, like, you messed up.
Like I go up against one of the super bosses and just die on the first.
Yeah, you just die, and then here you go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, or every time Link dies, when I'm playing Zelda.
Oh, that never happens.
And it hasn't lately because I'm endgame and I'm just doing, stuff. The last time I died, I think, was against the Gleeok, which I didn't do on stream. That was like Wednesday. It was the day after I did the Gleeok on the stream and died.
Ah.
I died against him a second time, and then I beat him without even having to use a potion or anything. That was pretty sweet. I ran out of my bombs. I used all my bombs, but I got him. I used a different technique. And then later I fought the... Well, you were there, I think, when I fought the Thunder Gleeok in the Coliseum. And I did have to use potions or whatever. I ate a meal to refill myself, so I basically used my full energy bar twice. But worked.
I don't remember that. I was kind of in and out watching streams.
Yeah,
so.
you were. I know you were doing other stuff, so I didn't know if you were watching that. You can go back and watch it. It was pretty nice. No. There's no obligation. You know that. Yes, like I'm surprised anyone doesn't have something better to do than to watch me stream. So.
All right.
So the fact that anyone, it's that even one person, thinks that watching me is better than something else. Well, it is better than some things, I suppose. Even objectively speaking, there are more painful, boring things to do. But you know what I mean.
This is true. Yep.
Like you probably, out of the things, it's probably on the lower half of like better things to do. You know what I mean? The things you could be doing. Watching me, I would assume in maybe lower half, lower quarter. Top end of the lower quarter, maybe, but.
I mean, it's better than like 99.999999% of network television, anyway.
Yeah, but that's not saying much because I haven't watched network television in like 20 years. So not really. Well, maybe 15 to be honest, but still. The only thing I have watched on network television would be like, a live sporting event or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the only two things are like live sporting events and news, if you like news, which I don't really like news, so.
Oh, I guess I should have spoken more generally than just network television. I just TV in general.
You meant entertainment. You meant the entertainment programming, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree
like
with that.
Rings of Power.
Yeah, well,
Rings.
Well, that's not even network television, but yeah. Point taken. I don't know. I haven't even watched. I don't care.
I don't need to be insulted.
It's one of those things that if it wasn't, run by the kind of people it's run by, it might have been interesting as a fun thing if you just sort of take it as a like. It's in this world, but it's not officially sanctioned, but it could be just an interesting story kind of a thing. But unfortunately, it's gotten, agendas behind it, so it's not really going to be fun. Yeah, if it didn't have that, I wouldn't mind so much. Like if it was something I was really interested in.
If the goal wasn't to slap in the face to people that actually, like the books.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Maybe it could have been good.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Exactly.
And we were talking, you were talking in Mr. of the Rice's Discord the other day about just what was it? Tolkien's really got butchered, but what's his face? The other guy, the
Game of the Thrones was not intentionally butchered.
Yeah,
it was just stupid writing. I haven't even watched it. This is just from what I've read of other people have said things that have happened in it too. So I can't, and I haven't read the Tolkien. I've read Hobbit, but I haven't read Lord of the Rings. I've seen the movies, and I've seen the movies, and I've listened to they did an audio drama thing like the BBC did like 20 years ago at least. It was before the movies came out. So I know the story, right? And I've known the story, and I know I watched at least some of the animated movies from way back, okay? So I'm familiar with the story, okay? I haven't read it, but those, at least those, were trying to be true to the thing. So I get, I sort of get a sense of it. Okay, so I do have enough to go on that. I haven't seen Rings of Power, and I haven't seen Games of Thrones or Game of Thrones or read Game of Thrones or the other one the new one that they did with the dragons or whatever it's called.
Yeah, House of the Dragon or something like that.
House of the Dragon, right? No, I haven't watched that either. But at least those are trying to be. I think the Game of Thrones ones they're not trying to, like, I don't know if pervert's the right word, but you know what I mean. They're not trying to, or invert, I should say. That's probably the right word. They're not trying to invert it, They're just trying to do it and whatever, because he's already kind of that way. I mean,
yeah, his works
you know what I mean?
pretty
it's not,
a rape every 2 pages or something like that, right?
Yeah, he's already got that stuff in it, so
they don't need to do much to make it fit the agenda of more degeneracy every which way you look.
Yeah,
can't have redeeming characters. Everybody's got to be darker and grayer and grittier.
Yeah, right.
Can't have uplifting storylines. Can't have happy ends.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like happy.
That reminds me, Legend of Zelda is really good.
Perfect segue.
And that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
I thought you were unhappy with the ending, but
I was not unhappy with the ending at all. No, very, 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 very satisfied. Like I said, there was one teeny little thing, and I understand. I mean, I don't know that I understand the reasoning behind it, but I can understand. There are some things I understand about Japanese culture as a foreigner. I understand some things about Japanese culture that I can see why they might not have done that thing. But no.
I don't think it's a particularly Japanese. If it's the thing I'm thinking of, and if it's because I haven't played the game, obviously.
There's a couple of things, but yeah, I mean, I don't. It's not strictly that either, but.
I was just gonna say, if it's the thing I'm thinking of, then like the essentially main hero goes on heroing instead of settling down. That's actually pretty standard in a lot of stories. Like, what was it?
I don't know that he did or didn't. I'm not going to say that he did or didn't, and that's not just a non-spoilery thing. I'm saying it's not conclusive.
It's open-ended then.
It's open-ended, and that's fine. I don't mind that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, the way that ended, man, he should have grabbed onto her, like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
You didn't have to kiss her or anything, but just, you don't not do that. From what happened, and I can't tell you because I have to say what happened, but
so it's maybe a little bit more specific than what I'm thinking of.
It's a specific thing that should have happened, and it's not like they haven't embraced before. And obviously it's different Zelda, it's different Link, and the stories do change. And he doesn't always get with her necessarily, but in Zelda 2.
Right.
There is at the end of Zelda 2, and that game's like what 30-40 years old, so I'm not spoiling anything. The curtain lowers, and then you see them get closer together, but you don't see the top. You only see the bottom, so you see their legs get closer together, kind of. But they either kissed. It's implied that they kissed.
Yes.
And that's the same Zelda as from Zelda 1.
Mm-hmm. And same Link from Zelda 1.
Same Link and same Zelda from Zelda 1. Now Zelda 2 is kind of the black sheep. People don't like it as much because the gameplay is very different, but story-wise, it's fine. That's actually where they introduced the third Triforce too. There were only 2 in the first one.
I will say it's kind of interesting that here on Twitch, with people I've talked with, there's almost a preference for number 2 over even over like Link to the Past. Which kind of surprises me.
Well, it's those are people that they're in the minority, and I'm not saying this because I don't like Zelda 2 either. But generally speaking, I think the review. I mean, it's hard because I never really saw a poll or anything like of scientifically done poll of it. But everyone says that basically Zelda 2 is kind of the black sheep, and it's the one that people usually don't like and stuff like that because it's different, and it's really hard too. It's very hard. I myself, oh, who came in? Did we come in?
Yeah, Mame popped in. He says you have to think
Mame.
who you're talking about in the idea of what kind of games they enjoy more. That's true. Right. I was just saying that since I've come to Twitch, the folks I've interacted with here, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing or whatever. Like nobody has to like the same games, and
right.
Well, thank you for being here. He was just saying he's been here. He's waving. Let me give a shout out actually while we're doing this. Meme's good people, and for anyone watching afterward, Meme's really good people. He plays a lot of retro games.
Meme's saying he's a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Done a lot of speedruns.
I'm not calling you out. Okay. Yeah. But no, I mean, and this is getting spoilery, but who cares at this point? But yeah, they don't kiss at the end of whatever. But I don't care who you are. You do that. I mean, these are two people that obviously like each other. They're, if you've played the first game, they like each other. Okay. Whatever, if they're quote unquote just friends, blah blah blah, they like each other. They're gonna, yeah. People are more into platforms. Yeah, people are more into retro here. Yeah, I agree. But they like each other. They're gonna embrace, Yeah,
it's just I guess. That's all true. Like,
I know public displays of affection are kind of like, you don't do that in Japan.
That's true.
I get it. I mean, look, they censored the 8-bit kiss in Zelda 2, for example. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's not. But the fact that there was one, the fact that the end of Kid Icarus, one of the versions, like the best ending. You do get a kiss from, or not you, but I mean, Pit gets a kiss from Palutena at the end. I think it's a kiss, or maybe it's just she blows a heart or something like that. I mean, there is that. There's sort of some implied stuff. It's not like completely verboten, but I don't know. I mean, it's different times, different audience, maybe stuff like that. I'm fine with it. I understand that. And it's one of those things where I can go, okay, that's a culture thing or whatever, but. And I think to myself, but really, those people definitely would have at least, They would have embraced in some fashion. No question about it. No question about it. Because in the first one, they don't explicitly say it. Because that's another thing is they don't explicitly say things like that. Depending, in Japanese, in Japan, they don't. Right. And again, this is me generalizing from an outsider's perspective, but.
Well, you have the whole thing about the moon. The moon is beautiful tonight, right? That's the Japanese way of saying I love you.
Right. Exactly. That sort of thing. Right. And watching Inuyasha, I see bits like that, and I just laugh because I don't, because as a Westerner, I'm just like, yeah, that's not what he would say, He would just come out and say, So there was a bit between I can't remember her name now. The demon hunter and the priest guy.
Demon hunter and the priest guy.
The demon hunter girl.
Oh, demon hunter girl.
With the giant
yeah.
And then the priest guy with the hole in his hand. The demon warp hole in his hand or whatever.
Right.
And he was like, "That's the woman I really like a lot," or something like that. And I was just laughing. Because the way they did it, and this is, of course, I'm talking about the English dub because that's what I watch. F you. I don't mean you personally, but I mean, F you if you don't like that I do that. It's what I do because I don't read. I can't read that fast, so I can't appreciate it on the same level if I'm reading it and I'm not watching it. And I just can't. I miss stuff. So I have to, I have to listen to it. you know, I have to hear the words in my own language to appreciate it.
That's
Otherwise,
fair.
I'm reading because I don't understand the Japanese, so it's lost on me. Anyway,
I will say
so I can't say, you know, I know that usually the subtitle stuff, they tend to be more accurate to what it is that's being said and all that, and that's cool, and I like that, and I wouldn't mind, and I can watch it. I've done it before where there was, you know, stuff wasn't available or whatever version that was available to me at the time was, you know, and you know, I can sit through it. But I can't just like lazily on the couch watch it and close my eyes and stuff. I have to sit there and pay attention to it. I can't just watch, you know, if there's words on the screen that I have to read to understand what's going on.
And you don't have to like get all defensive about it. Like you know.
Yeah.
I'm not the kind
It's
to
not
say.
about you. It's not about you.
I'm not the kind to say you have to watch it this way. You know.
There are other people. You know, there are other people that we know that are not like that. So that's why I'm getting defensive. I shouldn't care. Right. But
I will say I always prefer to watch the subs because in general, I mean, depending on what type of movie we're talking about. If it's live action, that's one thing. But if it's
live action, I prefer subs. Yes.
Oh, I was actually going to say it's the other way around. But the quality of voice acting in America is still, you know, it's been like 30 odd years that I've been watching anime and stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, even American cartoons, like the voice acting for them is still like amateur hour. You know, it
depends on you know, a lot of it depends on the specific production too. You know, because you go like Mel Blanc, you cannot fault Mel Blanc. He is he was amazing. He did every single character, you know, in the Warner Brothers cartoons except one. He didn't do Elmer Fudd, but he did everyone else. Same guy. So you can't say his talent wasn't there. But that's a different.
Tried the dub of Ippo. Yeah, I went back to sub. I would not handle it. Yeah, I suppose Warner Brothers back in like the 50s, 60s, and Disney in the 50s and 60s in those movies was a serious operation. Disney now, no.
Right. Yeah,
like,
it depends when it was made, who made it, what the conditions are. Is that the original version? You know, I mean, you know, look, DuckTales. You know, I'm going with the English version because that's what it was originally done in, and I'm going with. I mean, I got to go with Alan Young. You know, because I've been listening to that voice since forever as a kid. You know, one of the earliest voices I've ever recognized. Because I recognized him from when he did the cheesy voiceovers, and I admit this now that they're cheesy, but when he did the voiceovers for the robot that they added when they did Battle of the Planets, which is like it's Gatchaman.
Oh, Gatchaman, yeah.
But it's the Sandy Frank Gatchaman where it's changed and they edit it and then they put in these they added this robot that looks like R2-D2. Because this was done, you know, whenever it was done. I guess it was late 70s when they did it. Gatchaman's older than that, though.
I think Gatchaman's like early 70s.
Yeah. But
it's not as old
so
as
they added this robot and they added these like cutscenes, and they're really kind of cheesy or whatever. But that's what I grew up with. I saw that when I was like 5 years old. You know, I know this voice. And it's a great voice, you know, and he does Scrooge. He was Scrooge McDuck, so you know I'm used to that, and that was the original way it was done. Okay, so yes, you got to respect the original way it was done. You know that probably would take precedence, but it's just like reading a book. Like if you can't read the original language, you don't really have that appreciation for it necessarily. You know, that'd be like me saying it's kind of like me saying, well, you have to read Les Miserables in the original French, or you have to read Dante's Inferno in Italian, or what, you know what I mean? Like, to truly appreciate it. Well, maybe you do to like appreciate it on that full level, but I'm not gonna freaking learn a whole other language just to read a book. You know, I don't have the time for that anymore. I'm too old. You know. So yeah, a little bit will be lost in translation. It's just the way. I mean, I've read Jules Verne. I've read it mostly in English, and I still like it and get it. You know.
And it like you said earlier, it does really depend on the particular work we're talking about as well. And as much as you know, like Les Miserables was a musical, right? So it's fairly
well. No, it was a book.
Wasn't
Victor Hugo wrote a book. They made the musical later, and the musical was actually done in English. Is actually better than the French.
Well, so then
for the musical,
was it written in such a way that it was more poetry, or was it just straight prose?
No, actually, Victor Hugo had like in his will that none of his poetry would be set to music, so that's why they did Les Miserables the book and when they did the musical.
Huh.
But none of his poetry is set to music, at least according to his will. If someone's doing it, they're violating that. So it's non-sanctioned, but you know, it's not like you can't do it, but
I see.
It's possible to do it, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't prevent it, but yeah, he actually had in his will to have none of his poetry to be set to music. But the book was fair game. So that music was all written, and I believe it was English company that did it and wrote it, although I think there was a French guy involved in it, Elaine something. But I think, and I remember this because this was in French class. My French teacher said that like the French version is just not as good as the English version, you know. So it was someone from that perspective even said that the English version is better of the musical, not the book, which I've read at least a portion of the book in French. It was pretty difficult because I was in fourth year French by then, and it was hard to read, you know. Even as a fourth year French student. And just all the time that I spent just learning that, I don't have the time to learn that, to be fluent enough in it for me to be comfortable making decisions or making opinions. Now, me listening to the voices and their intonations and stuff, yeah, I kind of get that, but I don't. And I know people's intonations, that's semi-universal, but not completely. I can get that. I can definitely say, yeah, probably the acting itself in general is better. But if I don't understand the nuances of it, it's lost on me. So what's the point? You know? I mean, if I'm going to read it, just give me a book.
I suppose the other aspect of that too, especially with, you know, Japanese to American or Japanese to English in modern day, is how much have they changed? You know, how much...
yeah, it's the more modern ones when they alter stuff. That I do object to. I agree with that. Even the older stuff they altered to because it was just, well, it's Japanese, nobody cares. We're going to make this... So like Speed Racer, that story was basically they just took the video and he just wrote his own story that kind of fit the pictures, you know, that were happening. He kind of made it up.
Yeah,
they kind of did that. They did that a little with... They did that with... did a lot with... what's the other one? Voltron. And they did that somewhat with Battle of the Planets because they did rewrite a lot of stuff in it. But some of that was actually written because, again, at that time, cartoons were for kids, so they couldn't have like people dying in it and stuff. So a lot of that had to be rewritten. You know, I mean, I don't know if it was strictly a legal thing. It might have been, but you just couldn't do that. Whether it was a legal thing
as much as just that, you know,
well, there's standards and practices. Standards and practices, which isn't a legal thing, but network TV was king then, so they wouldn't let it on. Maybe, you know, the censors and stuff like that, which that's not a legal thing, but it's similar.
Well, yeah, it's more about, as you say, standards.
It has more weight. It carries more weight. It carries more weight than just a societal thing because it's codified somewhat. You know, whether or not it's a law or whether it's just a law of the people that make the TV. You know, It's not a legal thing. It's not like you get arrested for it, but it's, you know. it's just a rule, so to speak. But you couldn't get it on TV, and that has some legal stuff with the FCC. That's then you're getting into the weeds where it's like, well, is it a law? Is it a tort? Is it a regulation? Is it the layperson it's a law, but if it's something that you actually get in trouble for from the government.
Yeah, I think in most cases it's not a matter of something legal where the government would crack down on you if you.
I don't think it was illegal. Yeah, I don't think in that case.
Like
by that definition I just said, yeah, I don't think it was a legal thing.
Yeah. But
there were some things that were legal things, like dropping F-bombs and on the airwave you couldn't do. Not that those were in those particular cartoons, but.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were in a different language.
But there were FCC laws about children's programming. I just don't know what they are and to what extent it was a law thing versus a standard practice thing. That's all I'm saying.
Well, not like you had obscenity laws and things like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. But you couldn't do it in children's programming. There was stuff you couldn't do. You were not allowed, whether it was a legal thing or whether it was standards and practices. You couldn't be done. So they had to change some of the stuff, So in a certain sense, some of the localization stuff, I mean, some of that's correct. Because some of the stuff you can't do or wouldn't translate or wouldn't make sense or be appropriate. In the U.S. Now the problem is that they're trying to agendify stuff that is not nowhere near the truth of it, and it's not something where maybe a certain character was underage or something like that, but it was okay in Japan because their age laws are different or something like that. It's not that. It's blatantly changing the original.
No, the thing I'm talking about is more along the lines of stuff like adding in some, blah 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 about patriarchy or blah 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 about
that one that we saw posted recently, the one where it was like the one where they had used the word mansplaining instead of just saying, hey, you're not a real man because you're whining.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Where you're whining about the past rather than being a real man was basically what it said in the proper translation, whereas it was just mansplainers aren't going to get girls or something like that, which is not true either. Yeah. let alone some that I obviously object to, but I'd have to either know the Japanese to know that was really what happened, or have to know someone I trusted that knew the Japanese to translate it for me. Otherwise I would have no way of knowing.
Right, and that's kind of the biggest objection of like.
That's my biggest objection. Yeah.
Yeah, like when you can't trust translators to translate, right? Like that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem. Agreed, 100%.
So.
Yeah, but I don't go in with the default. Well, it's automatically going to be better because so and so because it's translated a certain way. No, you don't know that unless you know the Japanese that it's coming from. Unless you actually know that, you cannot make that judgment. Or know someone, or you have a trusted source. You cannot make that judgment. Now you can say, oh, well, the voice acting is better in the fact that the way the voice sounds is more like how I imagine the character or something like that. Well, yeah, absolutely. You can make that discernment. And for the most part, those stuff that I have seen, yeah, I'd agree. Like, because I was playing Monster Hunter, and I'm playing it because I got my settings to English and it's doing the voices in English and stuff, and I was like, yeah, these voices just aren't quite that good.
No,
but I kind of prefer knowing what they're saying, even if it's not quite correct. So I'm still doing the English version, but the voices are a little cringy.
I kind of like, obviously there's no real Monster Hunter language, but I've been playing it with the Monster Hunter language stuff, and that's not a real language, right? So it's even above and beyond,
The voice is not even Japanese, because it sounded like Japanese to me.
No, it's not Japanese.
Oh, okay.
But it's Japanese voice artist doing the voice.
Obviously, yeah, Japanese voice actors, yeah, but
So it's gonna have, all the
the inflections and stuff are gonna match, yeah.
yeah.
But I didn't realize that wasn't even Japanese. Well, then I would tend to go for that. There's a lot of that, and they do that in this is really cool. I think it's Ocarina of Time. The Hylian language that's printed in Ocarina of Time is actually like hiragana, or it's either hiragana or katakana. I guess it doesn't really matter because they're the same for these purposes. But it matches up to like hiragana, but they're different symbols.
Mm-hmm.
But if you know what they stand for, you could translate it, get the sounds out, and then figure out what it means in Japanese. And that's really cool. And then Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they're in English. Like I was pointing that out on some of my streams, like a lot of the ones that are just a little signpost, and then you read it and see what it tells you. Excuse me. About something. The characters that are printed stand for read me. It's all printed as one word, but it's README. And you just translate it like it's kind of like doing like a Rot 13 kind of thing, except it's different letters. There's just letter substitution, character substitution, I should say. And it's really cool, and they're similar enough to the English letters that if you kind of squint, you can figure it out with certain words. It's pretty easy. Some other words are a little more difficult, but like the one above the goddess statue says pray. Kind of looks like pears, but it actually says pray. I think the clothing place says tailor. Yeah, and I don't remember. It was just one day I was playing it and I looked at it and I was like, wait a minute, that says stable. So those match. So the stable actually says stable above it. They're usually something really generic. I think the one by the dye shop says colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the general stores says supplies or something like that.
I think I'm just gonna do escape and torpor. Darn it.
But what did I go off on this stupid rant for anyway? Oh yeah, the ending of Tears of the King, and I was like, damn it, hug her or something. That's all. Which is a slight spoiler if you haven't seen it and you know this. For you, it's not a spoiler because you don't know what happened in between, but
I mean, I kind of know the basic plot of the story of, girl gets kidnapped or taken away or whatever, and Hero goes to rescue her, and does Hero get girl in the end? And,
yeah,
just depends on the context of which story we're talking about. It's it's pretty common for like the
something happens to her more major than just getting kidnapped.
But it's the same kind of thing.
You don't actually know. It's very much a spoiler saying that she comes back. Except for the fact that where you kind of know it's gonna kind of have to be a happy ending. But other than that,
well, I mean, they could always leave room for a sequel or set it up with a sequel.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be a happy ending, but if you go in with the presumption that's going to be a happy ending, But yeah. I was pretty I was pretty misty-eyed when I got to that part for that. I was like, no. But I'll go through it so you can watch that and you'll see what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the ending it's the best ending to any video game I've ever played. They do the roller coaster. They do all the psychic tricks about what's happening because you're getting to the end and they're ramping things up, and then they take it to 11, and then they you think you're gonna win, right? When you get into it, and then they're like, "No, we're gonna throw this at you," and then
Boss
it's like,
this isn't even my final form.
exactly, they exactly do that, and it's a cliche, and you know it's coming, but it's still, you know, I'm like, well, I know there's 3 forms because I've got the compendium, and I've got pictures of everything except for Ganon, and there's 3 spots there, so I know he's got 3 forms just from looking at that, unless there's some other wacky thing that would be there. And after going through it, it was when he went, I knew exactly what was happening when he was going into his 3rd and final form, and I'm like, and I knew exactly what it would be as soon as it started, and it was one of those things that's like, why did I not know that this is what it was going to be like a week ago? I should have known. It was just one of those things where I was like, oh snap! It's so obvious. Like, I should have known that was going to be his form based on the other stuff in the story. No brainer. He was going to do that, and that was going to happen. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, a good game has good foreshadowing that you don't. That's like subtle enough that it's not obvious the first go around, but. Well,
I've seen enough anime where that sort of thing happens that it should have been obvious to me. You know, not that I've seen a lot of anime, but I've seen enough. You know, I'm not proclaiming myself as expert. I'm just saying. I usually am like the last person to see around corners when I'm watching something like that. I just go with the flow, very much so. But I looked at it and I was just like, yeah, it was like I knew what was happening, and I was like, I should have known I should have predicted that, and I just didn't even think of it. I was just so into the story and into the moment. But yeah, it was obvious what happened. But there's tons of that where you're just like, oh no, this is gonna be good. And they build it up and they take it down. They build you up and they crash it down. They do it several times before you get to, like, you know, even the Ganon. And then you get the Ganon, and then they, you know, you're fighting Ganon, and you get to the 2nd form, and they do this trick, and it's a psychological trick to get you to go, oh crap, I'm screwed. You know, at this point, it's not really that hard. I did get blown away because I wasn't prepared, so I died the first time when I got to the 2nd form. He insta killed me. But that's just because I had like 1 health point at that time. And I just didn't heal up right then, you know. I came back and beat him, went all the way through. And then there's another thing where something happens and you're like, yeah, we're gonna kick his ass, you know, kind of thing. Right. And then you do, and then he does the thing where he goes into his 3rd form, because you know that was gonna happen. Well, you knew there was a 3rd form coming, and then it's obvious what the 3rd form is. And then it happens, and then something else amazing happens, and you're like, you knew this was gonna happen, and you're like, yeah, and then you're in that fight, and that fight is amazing. That 3rd form fight is just right then, you know you're gonna win the game, and it's just 100% just, and it still gets more epic because it's, you know, it's not that hard. You know, I'm just like, I'm gonna do this. It's not that hard. I can do this. It's just a few stages. You got to do the thing and get him at the end, and there's a very exciting end sequence similar to in Breath of the Wild where you finish off the thing. And then you think you're done because you're like, GG, you defeated Ganon. No, you're not done. There's another thing that happens. And then you're like, yay, this is the good ending or whatever. I don't think that's really the good ending. I think that happens anyway. But and you're still not done.
Well, I can tell from your conversation here that you enjoyed it quite a bit, so that's good.
Yeah. So I had to do that because you're like, oh, I don't think you like the ending. No, I love the ending. Like I said, it's just that one little thing where I was like, I would prefer this. It's not, you know.
Right. It's always a little bit of a letdown if you're doing the whole shipping thing, and at the end the ship doesn't obviously sail.
Right.
Let's see.
No, like I said, the only complaint was the only complaint was is I
It didn't go quite exactly the way you wanted it to.
I really wanted to see that one thing, but again, like I was saying, in Breath of the Wild, they don't explicitly spell it out. But even me, I can tell that Zelda is in love with Link at the end of Breath of the Wild, especially when you get the good ending, which you don't get unless you get all the memories. But there's an obvious thing, and I know you won't mind, and it's just apologies to any listeners that consider this a spoiler 6 years after the fact. But what happens? There's a point. There's a character. I don't know how far you've gotten, but you know who Mipha is in Breath of the Wild? Okay.
I wouldn't remember even if I had known in the first place.
Yeah. Well, there's like four places. There's like the Gorons. There's the Gorons, which are like the rock people, right? The rock eaters.
Right.
They live in the volcano. There's the Rito, which are the wing people, the winged men, whatever, bird men. There's the Zora, which are the fish people.
Right.
And then there's the Gerudo, which are the women tribe that only have a man once every 100 years, and apparently it's Ganon every time, and he's evil. Weird, but that's what it is. That's a little whack. That's a whole other can of worms. Okay, so the Zora, the fish people, what they did was there was 1,000 years ago, they defeated the great evil, which is some form of Ganon. I think it was Calamity Ganon they called it, which is the Calamity Ganon you fight at the end of Breath of the Wild. And they created the Sheikah tribe, which is a special tribe of Hylians. Created these divine beasts and their technology and stuff, right? So there's 4 divine beasts, one for each of those peoples, for the Gorons and the one for the Gerudo, one for the Rito,
it's like a bird, an elephant, a camel.
Right. So the elephant one's the water people one, and Mipha is the chosen champion. She's the chosen champion of the water people to pilot this, basically this, not really steampunk, but the steampunk version of a mech. Kind of Evangelion-like. She's chosen to pilot this elephant, which is divine beast, and this is actually this is after, because this was 1,000 years ago they created these and they defeated Ganon. So then what happens is 100 years ago from where you start in the game, she was one of the champions chosen to be repiloting when they found the divine beast again, because they thought, well, we'll reuse this technology to defeat him because he's coming back, right? And she's one of the champions. She's one of the fish people, and she's friends with Link as a kid and all that. Little Link is growing up, and she's growing up. They have longer lifespans too. So they're like 100 when they reach puberty, And what happens is in the story they say that I don't know if it's the princess or if it's just any because she is a princess, but any of them, they only tell her story because that's the only one that's relevant. But she's supposed to make Zora armor for her husband, as this, it's a sort of ritual for her husband, and she makes it, and it's the gift or whatever. And well, what happens is as the pilot of this thing, Ganon kills her. He kills all of the champions. 100 years ago, he almost kills Link. Link gets saved. You don't know how, because this is the way they're telling it, and Link has amnesia, so they're retelling the story to you as you play. Link almost dies. He goes into this chamber of resurrection as he heals for 100 years to come back and then fight. So he's like 100 years later, but he hasn't aged and he doesn't remember anything from before. So he goes in. So they're telling you this story, and they all hate Link because everyone there loved Mipha, and they blame Link for her getting killed. and Link lived, and she died and stuff. Well, what happens is you find the Zora armor, you put it on, and it fits Link perfectly. Because Mipha was in love with Link. That's how you know that Mipha was in love with Link. It's explicit. I mean, they don't explicitly say it, but she's supposed to make it for her husband. Her husband to be, you know, as basically as like a wedding present kind of thing. So then they realize
in chivalry, a lady giving the knight her favors, a knight her favor.
Exactly, yeah. And that happens, and Mipha, you know, so because of that, you know that Mipha was in love with Link. Because there's no way she would make this for an outsider, you know, that sort of thing. You know, she had to have been to make that for him. And because of that, that actually wins over like the skeptics that really hated Link. He's like, well, okay, you know, she loved him, so I guess he's an okay dude kind of thing. That's how it works, as far as that goes. Now, in the story, Zelda's trying to find her powers, right? She's supposed to have some mystical power. It's, you know, this is the Legend of Zelda story from at least Wind Waker on, where, you know, the fated ones all come together and Zelda has a special power to help out Link and that sort of stuff, right? And Link has just been the stalwart, you know, hack and slash guy and doing his thing. Zelda's trying to find her powers, and she's really frustrated because she's trying to do stuff, and the king's like, no, you got to do this, and we've trained you up to be this person. She's trying to live up to this legend, Zelda, that she's supposed to be. And she can't figure it out. She's feeling nothing. She's going to the different springs. She's trying to get the, you know, because there's the spring of wisdom, spring of power, spring of courage, right? And she's doing all these, and she goes to the wisdom, and she can't figure it out. And they go to take on Ganon, and Ganon just takes over and wipes everyone out, almost kills Link, and all of a sudden her powers come in. Because she realizes that she loves Link. This is what the implication is, and then it unlocks her powers, and she knows what to do, and she can save him. Because all of a sudden he has failed, and now she can save him with the special thing, get her to the thing. The sword tells her what to do. The sword needs to go to sacred place, which is the Deku tree, so it can, you know, it can revive itself. And he goes into sleep for 100 years. She has her power, so she imprisons Ganon for 100 years while Link is. She goes into a supportive role while Link is, you know, recuperating and stuff like that. But the fact that once she realizes her feelings is what unlocks it. Now, that they don't explicitly say that, but there's an implication in that, because when she's trying to figure out, Mipha almost says that she's in love with Link. She's like, it's really hard for her to say, obviously. She's like, well, it's almost embarrassing for me to say, but when I'm healing people, I like to think of, and then there's like an interruption. But basically, she's saying, like, she's going to say, I like to think of people I like, or something I love, or whatever it is I feel very strongly for. However, the words were going to come out. And it was the fact that Mipha was in love with Link is that how she thought of Link when she was healing people, because she has this healing power. That's why all the fish people loved her. And she bequeaths that to Link, so that if you die in game, she brings you back like once until her recharges, but got a cooldown.
Right. So those are the.
But she's
those
trying
are
to
the green
explain to
things that
Zelda,
are
like,
chasing you around.
think of someone you love, and then maybe your powers will come. She's trying to tell it. It gets interrupted because it's a dramatic moment. But
Naturally.
Yeah, but that's what she's trying to say, and it's you know, you got to read between the lines, but it's obviously what she's trying to say. And then you know that Zelda loves Link because it was the moment she was sad because everyone else got killed too. But it was the moment that Link was in trouble, then the sword starts talking to her and tells her what to do, and she knows she can save Link. So she knows that her power is connected to Link, right? Yeah. Hey, Saiyan.
Hey
Spoiling
there,
Breath of
come
the
on
Wild.
in. Welcome on in.
So that's how you know that she's in love with him, I think. And then at the end, if you get the good ending, you get all the memories and stuff. she actually asked, she's like, do you really remember me? And it's like, well, okay, maybe she would think about that if they were just friends and she would want to know, but it's really important if she really was in love with him. She would want to know if he could remember her, you know? So that's my feeling on that.
And thanks all. Of course I remember you. Your name's in the title.
Yeah, right? Hey, Harry.
Let's see, it's this game. So I've gotten all my characters to level 70 now, so I'm just basically just running and exploring now, which is a little less painful. This is probably a Shell Lord. I still have to fight these guys just because they're in the way otherwise. So I have been fighting these guys. Let's do immunize. We want vaccine up. I'm gonna give you a shout out here, Sam. Sam was playing some Kid Clown there, and just for anybody watching now or watching the VOD later, Sam's good people. He's plays a lot of different things. Kind of a very much a physical hardware collector himself. Plays a few things on emulator, but real big into like PC ECD, some of the Sega CD stuff. Just a lot of different things. So if you're interested in shoot 'em ups, he's big on shoot 'em ups. Runs the shooter club for Scanline Heroes, so he's good people. What do I want to do here? I think probably keep the anti-fire up until he does his thingamajigger. Start binding. Do salve. Let's get... Do we want frost stuff on this guy? I think we want frost, because he does fire.
Resident Evil 4, cool. What are you into too much, saying?
Collecting? PC ECD, maybe? That's what I was talking about. It's Lover's Defense.
Collecting. Tears of the Kingdom? Oh, wait, that's me.
Oh, yeah. Saying it's also...
Video games in general.
Sin is also very big into
he is big into
Zelda and
Zelda, yeah, Zelda generally. Oh, Castlevania, yeah. I like Castlevania too.
Does anybody not like Castlevania?
I know at least one guy that's not into that. I mean, people who are not into platformers or Metroidvania in general aren't into it. I think those people, there's something wrong with them, but you know. But
let's see. Yeah,
you know, it's a big world out there. Different strokes. I'm just teasing a little bit, but for me, that's what video games are. You know.
Castlevania, Zelda, Mario.
Castlevania, Zelda, Mario. Yeah. If you don't like Castlevania, Zelda, and Mario, you kind of don't like video games in my book.
I would say I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the Mario games. Like I like 3 a lot.
Yeah.
I like 1 is pretty okay.
Mario 3 is the best one, so you got that right.
I like what is it? The I do like some of the new ones, like the 3D World. I like quite a bit. Mario
I like 3D World a lot. Yeah.
Mario 64 was kind of the big one that dominated my childhood as far as the Zelda, like the
Did you
the Mario
like
game
Mario
that was
64?
out there, and I kind of hated it.
You know what? I played Mario 64 way after that because I wasn't a Nintendo 64 owner until way later, and I did play it on Nintendo 64, but it was like in 2005 or thereabouts, or maybe a little early, maybe 2000, somewhere between 2003 and 2005ish, probably closer to 2003, 4. When I played it, I have to say, it was not that great.
Yeah,
it's not a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
And I did find it addictive enough, and I am completion enough. I got all 120 stars, and there was enough there for me to do that. But the camera was shit. Excuse me, sorry. But it was. You have to bleep that out.
One or two bad words every now and then. It's not so bad.
Okay.
But
the camera was bad.
Yeah, the camera was bad. It was still like giving credit where credit is due. It was still when 3D was being experimented with, and it was a huge game in the Mario 64 was a huge step in developing 3D platformers and like the whole genre. So I'll give it credit for that.
Yeah.
But I really hated the N64 controller. So like I played it at a friend's house, and just in general, you know, there's the camera controls.
Didn't bother me, but it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was interesting. I liked how it was innovative, but yeah, yeah. I get that. What I didn't like about the game, the big thing that I didn't like about the game, not so much the camera, because at that time that was the 3D stuff was still kind of new. Although I played it later, so I had experienced stuff because at that time I was kind of more of a PC gamer. So the 3D, you know, I'm already playing FPSs in 3D, you know,
yeah,
which are first person and not third person. But the biggest problem I had with it was actually the controls, because the way the controls are locked into the camera and the fact that they're relative to the camera, you couldn't do stuff like you could do and I think worked in, say, I think Tomb Raider was like this, and Tomb Raider is basically a 3D Prince of Persia, the original Tomb Raider.
Yes, but Tomb Raider
it's a 3D version. It's a 3D version of the original Prince of Persia. Essentially, where you have the jumps and stuff, and you gotta line up and precision line up and do the stuff. And the fact is that if you were trying to run towards the castle, the camera would automatically pan, and then if you're holding straight to go straight, the camera would pan, and you'd have to change what direction you were holding to change this character. And I always thought it should be relative to the character, because if you were gonna do a run up or something, and then you have to turn to do it, that makes it hard to like time your jumps and space your things out. I mean, eventually I got it and I got used to it and I figured it out. But, you know, really, if you're trying to do a run and jump off of a cliff or something to get to the next, as you know, as a platformer or whatever, you really ought to be able to control and hold down that I am going in this direction button and not have to move it just because the camera feels like it needs to pan around so that you can see it better. And then you have to change your direction in line with the camera to keep them going straight. That was my big complaint about Mario 64.
So that's kind of interesting, because Bomberman 64 had tank controls as a 3D platformer and was is often despised on account of that.
Yeah, no, I prefer the I don't know if it's tank controls, but I prefer the controls relative to the character.
Yeah.
At least in that sense. I've gotten used to it, so I can do it now, you know, so I'm fine with it now. But my initial instinct was, you know, you need to line this character up for a jump. So you don't want to jump diagonally. You want to jump, and you want to press the button when you're right at the end. And if the camera moves and you have to change your direction at the same time, arbitrarily, based on where the camera feels like it wants to go, rather than I've locked it off, you know, that's a problem, in my book.
Right.
That said, I did get the Mario 64 DS, and I loved that one. And I obsessively played that too until the end. So I don't know.
I probably played it more on the DS than on the actual N64.
They fixed a lot of stuff with the DS, I think. They made a lot more interesting stuff. They have the multiple characters and all that. And
I still didn't like it very much.
Yeah, it's still the same game. So I'm not gonna say that it's so much better that you're gonna love it. It's not like it's a completely different game. They fixed some stuff up with it. They didn't, you know, revamp it.
Right.
You know, it's like there's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say. So Sans was saying in chat earlier. He likes he says, I think you, Drake, Baron, and myself are all into the same games. Like he saw me playing this game and he emulated it.
Yeah.
Loved it and got it. I think I don't know. I'm not very big into shoot 'em ups, and both of you guys are big into shoot 'em ups.
Yeah.
Like I enjoy them,
I'm
but
not-
they're not.
It's funny. I liked shoot 'em ups. I played them in the thing, but for me, it was a genre that had like a handful of games in it. And now that I've been following Game Boy Guru and he's into shoot 'em ups, I'm like, oh, I like shoot 'em ups. I like the classic, I like the Gradius and I'm familiar with the R-Type and the stuff like that. And it's like, no, there's like thousands and thousands of games in this, genre, of course.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow. And he's like talking about this game. And I'm like, I've never even heard of these games. And I thought I liked shoot 'em ups. I guess I like them, but I'm more of a casual really with the shoot 'em ups. I do like them. The ones I love and I play them and I enjoy them, but I'm not like, ooh, I got to get the next shoot 'em up. I think I'm more, honestly, the genre I've always loved is the action adventure thing, which is the original Legend of Zelda. That's always been my favorite game up until now that it's the Legend of Zelda, the current one. But that shows you I love the semi-open world. I don't like necessarily the open world genre itself because it's open world. I like going where I want. I like being blocked because I don't have the right tool, and then I like finding that tool and being able to do stuff. So that gets you into the Metroidvania, but that aspect applies in Zelda as well. Like the original Zelda, you can't get certain things until you get like the ladder or the raft,
Mm-hmm.
So I like that, and I like trying to figure out how to get like the stuff as soon as possible within the confines of the game rules, not glitching and cheating and speedrunning and getting a computer to do it for you. But within the general rules of the game, maybe a little bit of cheesing here and there, but that's what I like. I like the adventure. I like the exploration. That's why I love these games.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite. But I like shoot 'em ups because back when I was a kid, that was what video games were. The first arcade game I ever played was Space Invaders. That was what video games were. It went from Space Invaders to Galaxian. So it was like, you got and what's the other one? Asteroids. I mean, not that was a direct, but these were the games you had. You had Asteroids, you had Defender, which I never really liked Defender because it was way too hard for me. I think the average playtime is 30 seconds on it or something. It's under a minute, whatever it is. I'm serious. And I don't know how they calculated and when this was they calculated and what it's based on, but basically the average playtime, they probably based it off of if the game was keeping track of whatever. But you put a quarter in and you last less than a minute. So yeah, not going to be my favorite game. I mean, there was Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man, but yeah, they made other maze games like that, but there's really only one Pac-Man, that was an amazing thing in and of itself, but
Same game, different paint job, essentially.
yeah, other than Pac-Man being its own thing, I mean, it was really just, technically, even like Star Wars Arcade, the original 1983, I want to say 2 or 3, color vector graphics arcade game from Atari. That's a shoot 'em up, technically, So that was another thing of this is what video games are when I was growing up, as I was very young as a kid, although I was a little older by 83, but still
Even
young.
Pong is a shoot 'em up in some respects. I mean, you control a little thing on screen that you're trying to.
I would argue
instead of trying to avoid shots, you're trying to hit shots with them.
Yeah, it's like a reverse shoot 'em up. I would argue this. You're not really shooting anything, but
I am being more than a little facetious here, but
okay.
that was like that's usually credited as the first video game.
I will say, yeah. I will say that. Well, my grandparents had a Pong set as a kid, like one of the home ones. So I played that as a kid too. So yeah, that was video games too. You know, and I played. I think
It's
I
not
played
a pit.
Xanax. Not a pit. It's a Palatina. Wait, what?
I don't know.
It's not a pit. It's a Kid Icarus.
I don't quite get that reference, but okay.
Pit is the main character from Kid Icarus.
Oh, right.
So the joke is actually, he's not Kid Icarus. His name's Pit. You know, so why do they call it Kid Icarus? His name, I don't know. It's just it's a Greek thing. Go with it. It's a video game. That was another great one. That's kind of a shoot 'em up. Technically, it's a platformer / shoot 'em up.
Well, I mean, you got platformers where the main character has a what's the word I'm looking for? A projectile.
Well, it's like
right?
Yeah, it's like run and guns.
Just like Mega Man is kind of the
yeah, Mega Man. Yeah,
maybe
it's
not
like
even
Mega
the first
Man.
one, but it's
Mega Man's
the,
a platformer. Yeah, it's like Mega Man, where Mega Man's a platformer, but you shoot things, so it's kind of a shoot 'em up. Not what I consider a shoot 'em up normally, but you could sort of shoehorn it into that genre.
Now there's so Cosmic and I were talking about we were actually maybe gossiping a little bit, but we were talking about like OWASP and so some of the games that OWASP likes and dislikes tend to be kind of opposite sometimes of what Cosmic likes and dislikes. But one of the ones that OWASP keeps going back to is Mega Man, and I don't understand why he doesn't like that one at all, or like maybe it's just a running joke that it's like the whole Nintendo versus Sega thing.
I don't know. That's a good question. I enjoy it. I mean, I enjoy the whole running gag thing of it. I never got into Mega Man that much myself, so I'm not good at Mega Man. I don't hate Mega Man. And I think that's somewhat where OWASP is coming from, where he just never played Mega Man, so he's not good at it. It's not that he hates the game and doesn't enjoy it because it's a terrible game. He's just not good at it. So he can't get into it, and that's kind of me. I mean, I had a friend who liked Mega Man and he played it, so I was exposed to it as a kid. I think it was Mega Man 2 or 3, and we tried to play it, and I had my Nintendo hooked up to a green screen, and we couldn't tell the red from blue, so we couldn't use the save feature, the passcode feature to get to like a certain point because they were the same color. Couldn't tell the difference. They were the same intensity on the green screen that I was using, that I had it hooked up to at the time. I had it hooked up. It was really neat. I played Zelda. I played it like all the way through, I think, once on that one. And the only part is the second quest is a little difficult because you have red and blue death bubbles in that one. In the second quest, there's red and blue death bubbles, and they're red ones permanently remove your sword until you, I think, drink a potion or meet a fairy. Or run into a blue one. The blue one will restore your sword, your ability to use the sword. But if you can't see which is which, it makes it difficult.
Naturally.
It's still playable, it just makes it a little more difficult. So anyway, point was, I am super rambly today. I'm sorry about that, but
that's fine.
Point was, I was exposed to Mega Man, but I never got into it. I did buy like the collections and stuff, and I want to play it because I know, I have a friend who, as a kid, he played it, and I know some other guys that, I kind of, whatever, internet friends that
Those are the best kind.
That like Mega Man. Yeah, that like Mega Man. Yeah. You're better than real people. You never betray me. Yeah, right.
I feel like I meet more people that dig themselves into e-drama online. Well, I mean, obviously, I meet more people that dig themselves into drama online than in person.
Yeah, that was something of a joke. I mean, it's really more video game characters that never betray you because they're not real, so they can't.
Yes.
As opposed to actual people online, because those are real people. They're just, you don't know them, so you don't know who, they're real people, but they could be fake personas,
Right. The what was the old thing on Penny Arcade? It was like the internet anonymity FWAD theory of just like everybody turns into a jerk online because nobody's liable for anything, or was.
Yeah, I was aware of that theory. I wasn't aware of the Penny Arcade reference to it, but I was aware of that theory.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I don't think Penny Arcade originated it, but they certainly gave it the name that stuck.
I have little experience with Penny Arcade, so pop culture references to Penny Arcade kind of passed me by. Not that I don't like Penny Arcade, it's just one of those things I didn't see when it was super popular. I know what it is. I just didn't see it when it was super popular, so I don't get it. It's kind of like trying to give a Simpsons reference to Game Boy Guru, since he never watched it when it was a thing because he wasn't allowed to as a kid. That he doesn't get a lot of Simpsons references. You know, you didn't watch it much either, so you don't get a lot of Simpsons references. I get the old ones because I watched it religiously. True. Oh, you did watch some of the, okay. Well, I watched it religiously like the first almost 10, 13 seasons or whatever.
I see.
I stopped at season 13, but I think it was season 13. Although I should have stopped way before that.
I really stopped regularly watching it. Like, it stopped being really funny about like season 6, I think. And
that's what you're saying.
It was like occasionally, it was occasionally funny after that. You know, I'd catch an episode or a rerun after that every so often, but I didn't really like. It wasn't a must see at all, and it's awful now.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the lurk, Moody.
Hey, lurk.
Yeah.
Moody Abigail.
We are moving a little faster now because we are skipping fights, at least. So that's making it a little less painful. But we are going to explore. We're going to fall in all the pits, explore everything on the map. That's the goal. Cartography. That's the name of the game.
But yeah. I like shmups, but I'm not as into them as the shmup club guys are. But I do like participating in them and being friendly, and it's just one of those things. It's like I kind of do want to play them more because it's a genre I haven't paid attention to in a long time. But there's just so much out there. I'm just like, information overload.
Yeah.
I mean, I barely have time. The ones they go over every month, but of course he's posting stuff left and right about there's this new one coming out and there's this one coming out and that one coming, and I'm just like, I haven't even heard of these. Well, some of them are new ones coming out, but some of them are like remakes or re-releasing
spiritual successors.
Yeah, and there's also the archives, whatever versions are coming out, so they'll post those, and I was like, oh wow. But I do like looking at some of the old ones like Juno First and stuff like that, so I'm excited that that's coming to Mister. Not that I learned of that game within the past couple of years, past 3 or 4 years. I learned of Juno First, maybe 2 years ago, I think. It's an old Konami. I think it's an old Konami game. Kind of neat. It looks a little, if I remember correctly, it's a little like Beam Rider. But that's what I like about it, because that gets me aware of some of these older games.
Yeah.
I wasn't even aware of like the bullet hell genre so much. But I got into it. I played Katsui, and I liked it. The music is great in Katsui. The game is fun. Wouldn't be my first choice as a shooter to play. Not my favorite one, but I enjoy it. I like it.
I used to play. I think when I first got into emulated stuff, and especially the arcade games, I was playing a lot of the Psycho and cave games.
Oh yeah.
So I was
Psycho,
playing like Gunbird and
Gunbird Psycho.
What was the one? I think they're either cave or Psycho. I have been getting them mixed up last.
I can't remember.
Couple times.
I want to say it was.
But like Dodon Pachi, Gunbird, Strikers 1945.
Strikers 1945, is it? Yeah, and whatever. They did that one. They did Gunbird, and I think Strikers 1945 2. I think on the Shmup Club, they've done those two. For Psycho. Blazing Lasers was Psycho developed, but Hudson produced for the PC Engine. Well, the Blazing Lasers was the TurboGrafx one, and the PCN, the Japanese version was called Gunhead, which was actually a tie-in with the movie Gunhead.
Interesting.
Which I don't know if you've seen that. I've not seen the movie, but it was a.
I have a kaiju movie called Gunhead in my list that I haven't checked in on. I have no idea what it's about, but it's one of the ones that came with the I kind of grabbed the collection that was just kaiju movies, and that was in there. So
I don't know anything about the movie other than it's called Gunhead. If you showed me the title screen or whatever, the logo, I would recognize it, saying, yeah, that's the one. But other than that, I couldn't tell you. It could be a kaiju movie. I don't know off the top of my head that it was. I think there was very little actual tie-in between the game and the movie. It was just a licensing thing where they just licensed the name. I don't think there's much tie-in as the movie release game, which in some respects makes it a good game. Also, maybe a good game, because a lot of times we try to get the game movie in the deadline and it takes sell because of the license stuff like that. That's not what happened. This game developed. Sure.
Right, kind of the whole shovelware kind of thing. I mean, not every licensed game is shovelware, but quite a few of them are.
I agree, and as I didn't listen until recently, like in the last 10 years, maybe about licensed games like generally had.
Well, unlike Nintendo, you had all these Capcom games that were, genuinely good games. That were like the Disney games that we've talked about on Scanlines all the time.
Yeah.
Yes. And you have.
And I never. Most of them come back and visit them. Yeah, those are like the dials and all.
And then you have a lot of games that are like all the Halloween type horror games that I think they ended up on EVGN as really bad games. That was I haven't played any of them, so I can't really speak to my own opinion on them. But it seems like they're not quite as bad as AVGN made them out to be in a lot of cases.
I think most are not as bad as AVGN made them out to be. Let me just put it that way. I'm a fan of AVGN. It's funny. Don't get me wrong. Some of his stuff is quite fun, but I think, and it's supposed to be a joke. But I think he's a little. I think he's a little harsh on these games. Some just isn't. Stuff wasn't funny because I was watching some of his stuff. Like I was watching stuff where he's DI Zelda games and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played them, and that's the thing. I know people say X, Y, and Z is just a bad game. Like again, like the popular opinion is that ET is like the worst game ever. It's not. I'm sorry, but that is objectively wrong. It's not the worst game ever by a long shot. It's not a great game.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think a lot of his shtick is more about, what do I want to say? Like it's more about making his videos and making them be entertaining. Sand says he got an offer for Rule of Rose and he turned it down. It's not worth the price tag. Rule of Rose is an interesting game. I've been watching Foxy play through it. It's it's very much in the genre. It's very much a puzzle-solving survival horror game that's really more about... I tend to like it more than, say, something like... what is that? Like Resident Evil, maybe. Or like the... there's another one that's got a lot of body horror. I think it's actually by one of the guys that created Resident Evil, but it was on some recent stuff. I had to pick up like green slime to level up or something. But like those games I'm not as appreciative of. Kunan? I think that's the name. Also Fatal Frame. Yeah, Fatal Frame's really good. Fatal Frame doesn't have very much... I wouldn't say about body horror. Fatal Frame is like ghost horror, I guess. But it's more about building suspense. So I tend to like, as far as like survival horror is not my favorite genre, but I like survival. I like some, and I always tend to like the games that are more atmosphere and suspense than games that are just gross you out. So I kind of actually appreciated some of the stuff going on in Little Rose, though I do find the you know, games with that kind of narrative of kids bullying each other, like I don't find it realistic. Like I feel it's sort of overdone and what I want to say, like it's more they make it out to be worse than it is usually. So I put Frost on him. He wanted your Mega Man X3 and $200 for the game and said no. I said no. Yeah, that's... I guess I don't really have a good way to judge what a good price is for games right now, but that does seem like a little much. And Mega Man, like I would say Rockman X3 is a much higher, much more well-known game, with much more, like there's more people that would be willing to buy that than something like Rule of Rose. Rule of Rose is much more of a niche game. And of course it has fewer copies too, so along with being a niche game, there's fewer out there, so that tends to add to its value in some sense. But, yeah, I don't know. Just not gonna boost him, let's boost him too. Didn't know what? I mean, survival horror is more of a niche than, you know, 2D platformer, you know, gun and run. Is all I'm saying. Is like, I would expect there to be more people that are familiar with Rockman, and more film, like that there would be more copies made, and yeah. I mean, if you're Capcom, let's say, and I don't know who made Rule of Rose, but like let's say you're a video game developer and you have different genres that you're making, right? You know that certain audiences are smaller than others, right? Like you know, if you're making an action game, you know that's a much higher audience than survival horror, which is why Resident Evil 4 sold really well, because it's got elements of action in there too, and it's a big game and it's a big people know the name, right? If you're just making a survival horror game and it's a new IP, you're gonna have a smaller audience, so it doesn't make sense to put a run out of like 10 million or something. You're probably gonna make a run of like, I don't know, I guess it would depend on the market, but you probably make, you know, more in Japan and fewer in America, or, I mean, relative to the size of the population. So you might make like 50,000 in Japan and like 60,000 or 70,000 in America, which is, I mean, it's more, but it's smaller by percentage. I don't know for a fact, don't quote me on this as saying that they made more copies of Rockman X3 than of, you know, Rule of Rose. I don't know that for sure, but that would be my expectation. And did we lose Drake? Drake, you still here? He's still showing up in Discord. I think Drake's Discord crashed. Anyway. It's not detecting your voice. Both have Frost, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's do Bravery. It's actually, yeah, let's just attack. Maybe we'll do Shelter. I see him prices go down, and PS5 and Xbox 360 on the rise. Huh. Okay. Yeah, if you can like reboot your if you can reboot your Discord and come back on, feel free to. Drake, I wasn't trying to ignore you. Anywho, I don't think you're talking Rule of Rose. I don't think that's a bad game at all. But it's definitely not, you know, it wouldn't be my first choice of game to play. Yeah, it's a theme that comes up in a lot of Japanese games, the bullying, and I don't know how real that is as a problem. Like I see it in anime all the time too. What am I doing? Let's see. Need to map out all the pits here. So we'll probably just go down to the next one, and we should probably hit the I'm trying to hit the furthest away first, just so it's. Every new one is a little easier to get to. Oh, you have mild trauma from bullying. I mean, I got bullied some as a kid in school. I was kind of, my school history is really varied because I've done homeschool, I've done private school, I've done public school. But the bullying was never, like, it wasn't that bad, you know, it was like, kids would find whatever they could find to make fun of you, and, you know, they'd call you names based on, you know, things that you had no control over, and kids can be pretty cruel, but it wasn't like, you know, physical torture. I guess I would say it was, you know, verbal abuse, I guess. But I don't know. I to some extent, I feel like that's just the rite of passage of growing up. They did not put you in a bag and drop bugs on you. Yeah, right. You got sat on? I would have flipped out. You lost your marbles in high school. When kids started, I went back at. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of the things you have to, you kind of have to learn of how do you respond to bullying. And, you know, if you whine and respond, you know, respond that way, that's almost like you're feeding the bully's attention, or his attention seeking is what he's going after. If you fight him and win, you know, and knock him down a peg, that's another, you know, another way to solve the issue. If you make it so
connected. Hey, I'm back.
Hey, reconnected. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. It repulses me, and I don't like to watch it. It's being mean to other kids.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say like, yay bullying. I'm just trying to say like,
No.
And
you're right. You are right. There's some stuff, but and it's not. I don't think it's just the stuff that was done to me. Whatever. It's not my thing.
I don't think bullying is anyone's thing, except for maybe people that were bullies.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I do believe in rite of passage stuff. Absolutely. We had a thing. This is actually kind of a cool story. We had a thing at work where I joined. We were small companies before we got bought out and all that stuff. But when we were a small company, and I signed up, or I was there, and I don't remember how long I'd been working there, 6 months, a year, something like that. And the one guy, we're at the bar drinking or whatever, and having a good time, and then the waitress puts a shot of Tabasco in front of me, and that my boss, the guy who hired me, says, "This is a company initiation. That's a shot of Tabasco. You have to drink it." And I said, "Okay." I just drank it. Some other people got money out of it because they were like, I don't want to, and then people started putting money down. Had I known that, I would have whinged and got money, but I was like, all right, I'll do it. It's not gonna kill me. It might be unpleasant, but you know what I mean? I was just like, I like initiations and stuff, and I learned that from other things too, about, you gotta take your knocks to prove who you are and that sort of thing. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah. And I think, people, it's almost like a natural social thing of people like testing the waters of, what kind of person am I dealing with here? Where, how far can I go? And so they're kind of like testing boundaries, and they may not even be like conscious of that's what they're doing. So like, I don't know. I think anytime people start up a campaign that's like anti this or anti that, they tend to go too far.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think in both ways. I think a lot of stuff like hazings and stuff are taken way too far sometimes, but then, when you take up a crusade against it, where it's just like any little thing, it's like, well, no, people do need to learn humility and be put in their place and things like that. So there is a place for it, but yeah, there's a thing, and like what Saiyan said, I agree with him on that, man. I back you up on that. I got your back on that one, Saiyan.
Like kids that are making fun of retarded kids, or kids that are making fun of crippled kids or something like that. Like, that's not cool. I'm not saying making fun of kids in general is cool or anything like that.
Right.
Though I think there's a place for social shame, and there's a place for conformity, I guess I would say. But on the other hand, giving a swirly and then getting your teeth knocked out, there probably does need to be a little bit of, in terms of the response, what do I want to say, like a level?
I mean, you probably shouldn't have knocked the teeth out, but I totally get the emotions where that was coming from, is what I'm saying. Like, yeah. They deserve to get beat up. Maybe not that much, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
If it was a recently used toilet, that's different matter altogether.
That's different, and they totally deserved it then.
Yes, that is a very different matter.
Yeah.
Circumstances are everything.
Exactly. Yes. Context does matter.
Yes. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I got into a few fights as a kid, and I kind of feel like now that I'm older, like when I have a son, like I would raise them with the expectation that they will be getting into fights here and there, and they shouldn't run from them.
Oh yeah.
you know. And even
Right.
if,
No,
even if you
I agree.
lose, it's more a matter of having fought.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was, as a kid myself, I was one like, I have a medical condition, so I wasn't into fights, or I can't do contact sports and stuff. So, I had a disadvantage there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also the kind of guy who's like, I really love, like, you know, like the hockey player. The joke about the hockey player, he's got a stick through his arm. He's like, I got a splinter, you know. The whole hockey stick in his arm, you know. I got a splinter, kind of thing. I mean, I love that sort of toughy mentality. It's just I can't quite live up to it, so it's a weird dichotomy for me.
Oh wow, that's funny what it censored there.
What did it say? Censor in the thing. Let's see.
Bigger. Sorry, it's sort of inappropriately funny, but
it's censored Nasser, basically.
this upside it's not about fighting or the bigger person walk away. I think it depends. Like, I don't think you should throw, like, if people are throwing insults at you, right? That's not the same as
right.
You know, if you're actually in a fight and people are, you know, attacking you. Like, I think we need to train. Like, like I said, if I had a son, I would train him to be able to defend himself. And you know, if somebody like threw a punch or something.
Cool.
Hey, Cosmic, welcome back. He's watching the Xbox show. What caught your interest, sir? Tell us about it. We were talking some pretty unpleasant subjects, so not a bad segue here.
Yeah.
Hit them back. Yeah, man.
You can hit, then hit back. Got that right. Absolutely. And I wasn't physically beat up that much as a kid. But I was good at hiding and avoiding it.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part.
Star Wars Outlaws.
Star Wars Outlaws.
So is that like you get to play as Boba Fett?
Oh, there's a new Fable?
New Fable?
I never played Fable, but that was one of the games I was kind of interested in, and I kind of wanted to get an Xbox because of it, but...
No new characters in Outlaws. Okay. So it's just going to be like Boba Fett or like... Well, actually, I guess there was a previous game called Outlaws? I'm not really familiar with it, like, as a series.
I would find it interesting. What reminds me is because when I was into like the Star Wars role-playing game, that would be really neat. Like if you were like a smuggling outfit and Outlaws, and that was your Outlaws, and you were the smugglers, and you were smuggling, I don't know, medical supplies to somewhere under the Empire, you know, to some thing or something like that. You know what I mean? That would be cool. 2 new personas.
So Atlas has got 3 games coming out. I'm probably going to bet that at least one of those is a dancing game. If they're making 2 of them, it's probably like a dancing game or maybe some other. They made a Dynasty Warriors spinoff for Persona Strikers. So they've been going into the spinoff territory with Persona 5 there because they're probably making a ton of money on just merchandising. Ha! See? Persona 5 Tactics. It's another Persona 5 spinoff. Oh, and Persona 3 Remake. Okay. That's a little less exciting. Persona 3 was a good game, but I mean, it's recent enough. Well, Maybe this is
Not
just
that
me
recent.
me not feeling that old, but I feel like Persona 3 and 4 are recent enough that they don't really. There's not much to remake. I don't know.
I would think 3 there would be. I don't remember when it came out, but it's old in my memory of when I was learning about Persona. That 3 wasn't new then, and that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean it was a PS2 game. It was cel shaded.
Yeah.
So like the graphics are dated. You could probably upscale it, to get
yeah,
to, like,
that's what I'm thinking. It's probably just gonna be one of those
1080p or
upscale
4K.
HD remakes.
But if it's a total remake,
they've
that's different.
Yeah. Well, they remade Skyward Sword, and that's not older. They remade, or maybe it's the same age. They remade Skyward Sword and what's the other one? The Wind Waker one.
Oh really? I
Wind
thought
Waker's yeah. There's a Wind Waker HD on the Wii U.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe we
And
should.
the Skyward Sword on the Switch.
Maybe we should
is
be
a
a little
Wii
bit
game.
more specific with our words, because I wouldn't count either. Like I've seen those, and I wouldn't count either of those as a remake.
It's not a full-on remake. No, it's an HD upscaling. Basically.
Yeah.
They do tweak some stuff.
Persona
so if
3
you're gonna do-
coming out as 1080p is cool. Like that's cool.
Yeah. If the remake, then I tend to agree with you. If it's just an HD upscaling, remastering kind of a thing, that makes more sense. Then I agree with you.
So Cosmic, what was the other one? Was there a third game from Atlas? Is it new IP maybe, or is it like maybe another Etrian Odyssey? Because I know with re-releasing the trilogy on Switch, that would be a good segue for them to make a new game.
Persona 5 Tactics, nice.
This new game called Dungeons of Hinterberg. Looks like a Breath of the Wild type
A Breath
game.
of the Wild type game. Oh no!
Interesting.
No!
Drake's worried that he's gonna get pulled in. He's like, no, not another game I really want to play. I have work to do. I have children to raise.
I have sleep to do.
Sleep is for the weak.
I did tell you that I've had at least two sessions where I did not sleep overnight.
Hey, Random Jess, welcome in.
When I was playing Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, you did an all-nighter?
Yeah, I literally played until I had to go to work the next day.
Metaphor RE Fantasia. It has the same HUDs as Persona 5.
Huh.
Interesting.
But yeah. I used to think I was into RPGs, but I've never played a Persona or 95% of most RPGs. I think I've only completed one RPG, thinking about it. It's kind of weird. I remember kind of being into RPGs in the 90s,
Fantasia.
then I just never finished them.
Well, I mean, it's easy to start one and hard to finish, for sure.
Yeah.
They tend to be pretty long.
But Phantasy Stars is
Point,
one I
right?
finished multiple times. I've multiple times finished Phantasy Star, the original.
There you go. I was gonna say, case in point, I've spent how many 5, 6, 7 hours, or I guess it was 6 hours, the longest I've been. But how many 5, 6 hour streams have I been going in this one this one floor?
Yeah. Yeah, hard to finish because there's a lot. They're lengthy.
And Persona 3 Reload is a full remake, kind of Persona 6 style, or Persona 5 style.
Persona 5 style, that makes more sense than PS5. Duh. This
Yeah,
is P5.
Well, that is... I don't know. I'll just say I will wait and see on that one, rather than being necessarily excited. I'm probably going to... Because I just got... was it... it might have been a main series. It might have been SMT3 Nocturne that I just barely got on PS4 last year, I think. So I still got to get around to finishing those. And I still got I've still got Persona 3, and I was playing Dragon Quest 8 and Persona 3 around the same time. I didn't finish either of them, so I do want to get back to those eventually, someday. Okay, cool. I will say, as far as video games go, like Star Wars is dead to me as a in terms of movies and shows. But as far as video games, Jedi Survivor was. I watched Welch play that. That's pretty impressive.
I watched some of that. It looked neat.
So like I do want to try that at some point. And their Battlefront was okay. Like it had all the loot box nonsense with it too, but as a game, playing it as a game, it was a lot better than the Battlefield games at the same time. Except maybe
it looked good.
Battlefield 1 was really good, but I put Star Wars Battlefront up in the same sort of level.
You know what? I got to stream for you guys. I got to stream, not now, but I have to remember. I have to put it on the list somewhere. I need to stream Rogue Squadron. The game. I never played the first one. I have copies of it. I never really played the first one. And it looks a little dated now because of its like N64 era with the 3D graphics. But I played Rogue Squadron 2 and 3. Those two games. I loved those games, and that's when I was watching the new Jedi Survivor game or whatever it was. It reminded me of that, like especially Rogue Squadron 3, because you have like a foot-on-foot thing, and it reminded me of that a little bit, like that feeling. So I liked it, like it gave me some of that, and it's reminded me of this game I liked. And I should show that off. It's a great game.
Saying there are a lot of good Star Wars games. There are some bad ones. But there are a lot of good ones. There's a really, really good RTS game, which I think is Galactic Empire. I haven't played that one in a long time, but that was good.
No, I never played that one, but I know of it. Yeah.
Even there's even some kind of like QWERTY, as bad as the prequels were, as bad as the prequels were, a lot of the games that were made about the prequels were pretty good. Like the Obi-Wan game on Xbox was supposed to be really good. The Lego games are great.
The Lego games are great. Yes.
I would recommend the Lego games over almost anything aside from maybe the first Star Wars movie. And first Star Wars movie to me is 4, Episode 4. No, the one called Star Wars.
The one called Star Wars. And that's what it's called. Star Wars. Not A New Hope.
You've played Lego something, JP.
Lego Jurassic Park?
Jurassic Park.
Maybe. I don't think I've played Lego Jurassic Park.
Anyway. The Lego games in general are really, really good.
Yeah. Closest I got to that was I played the Jurassic World stuff. Yeah, Jurassic Park. Closest I got to that was the Jurassic World stuff that's in Lego Dimensions, but that was a lot of fun. Lego Dimensions, I love that game. It's great.
Very cool. Very cool.
Plus, it has a Portal ending.
Oh. Interesting.
It has Portal in it.
I'm a potato.
Yes.
I love that game.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome game.
That's probably one of the best written FPS games. I mean, if you even count it as an FPS game, I guess
I kind of do, but yeah, it's not a shooter because it's a puzzler platformer. But yeah,
it kind of like invented a new cross genre of puzzle FPS.
Yeah. Puzzle, yeah, it's
FP puzzler.
Yeah, I love that game. Lego Harry Potter's good. Not as good as the Star Wars ones, but it's good.
I also have Lego Harry Potter. It is one of the few platinum games I've platinumed on PlayStation.
I think I had it for Wii, so I haven't played that one on PlayStation. I think. Yeah,
the Batman games are good too. The Lego Batman.
Oh, Oh, Lego Batman 2 is the best Superman game.
I've
am
heard
not
that
kidding.
before. I've heard that before, not
I've
from
probably
you.
told you. I've probably told you before, though. But it is. It is the best Superman. I actually heard it from someone else myself. But as soon as I heard that, I was like, that is true.
It's like Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek.
Yeah. It's same thing. Same thing. Except I think it's even more true. Not that Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek isn't true, but I think it's even more true that Lego Batman 2 is the best Superman game.
Alright, I think I've got to fight something here because I'm starting to run out of mana. So I will fight these guys. Just
Lego Batman 2, it is because they get Superman right when you play it. You know how they say like the best Batman game, or I don't know if it's the best, but the Dark Knight series, it's like they finally did a Batman game and they got Batman correct as far as not just it being a good game, but it's a good game and they got the Batman. What do you
yeah,
correct?
Arkham Asylum,
You
the
know,
Arkham games. Is that what you're talking about?
Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, those two. The other one I haven't played, so I can't say one way or the other. I hear it's good, but it's kind of not the same. But yeah, those two games, they're great. I played the demo of it and I didn't like it. I think it was because I just didn't get a handle on the controls or something. I'm not that great on beat 'em ups anyway, and the combos and stuff. But I went through those games. I mean, I cannot platinum that. There's no way I can platinum that because I can't do all the beat 'em up stuff. But I did play through and I beat it and I got pretty much every trophy I could on it, on both of them. And I really, really liked them after playing it, even though I was like unsure of it. Playing the demo, I didn't like it. I don't remember which one it was I played the demo of, because it might have been the second one. I don't think it was the second one. I think it was the first one, but the first one had been out for a while. But no, that is a good game. It is a very good game. I just, for whatever reason, the demo did not click with me, but after playing the game, I have to come back and say, no, this is a great game, and they did it right and all that. And that was the big complaint, though, is that no one's done Batman correct and having a good game, Yeah, you could argue it, but whatever. And similar with Superman, there are some okay Superman games that they don't quite get Superman right, or either the game's good but it doesn't get Superman right, or the game is just not good.
Well, I think Superman has the albatross around his neck of Superman 64. Batman,
yeah,
which I've never some good games.
Yes, Batman has had some good games because when I first heard that complaint, I was like, well,
I mean,
Batman the movie on Amiga is good. It's not great, fantastic, best game ever, but it's a good quality game. And it was the movie.
Batman NES is great.
And
Batman 2 on the NES is one of the if you ever want to have some game that you want to use as a demonstration of what the NES can really do, like the Return of the Joker is not a bad choice.
Well, they did use a lot of extra chips to do that, but yes.
Well, yeah, but it was all within what they could do.
No, I agree, and it was within the time too. The time. It's not like today shoving a freaking Arduino in the game pack and then calling that an NES game.
Or even
it was just chips.
Or even Dino Force, right, which they made like 7 years later, right? The game for PCE that they just barely released 2 years ago, a year ago, something like that. That's not even that impressive a game, but it was just like,
yeah. No, if you want to get an impressive game that they did like that, look at Micro Mages for the NES.
All right.
They did that in the minimum. What?
I was gonna say we're sort of going off topic here, but we were talking about Batman. Batman has had some good games. Yeah, it has. And the Genesis Batman is good too. Not great, but it's good. The one that came out, I guess it was kind of around with the '89 Batman. It doesn't follow the story the same, I don't think. It kind of does. It's a little different. It's a good game. It's not great, but it's a good. Yeah, there were definitely quality Batman games. There's another Genesis one. I think
I think there's a Batman Returns or something on Genesis, which actually looks great. Which I have not played that one. But yeah, there were good Batman games, not a question about that. But you know, that's why I say it's arguable. I know some people have said, you know, whatever. That it wasn't, you know, that finally we got a good Batman game. Well, you did have good Batman games. You could argue maybe it wasn't doing the character quite right or something like that, but it's still, they're good games.
Batman Returns was the bad one, I'm pretty sure. Well, I haven't played Batman Returns. I remember the and
but
again,
I didn't like the movie that much.
This might go back to our conversation about AVGN being, you know, maybe the games that he says are bad aren't quite as bad as he makes it out to be, and it's more a matter of you know, making the show entertaining. But the Batman Forever, he did an episode where we went through all the Batman games, and I think it was Batman Forever was probably the worst one. Probably.
Yeah. I don't know. There's another one on, I think, on Genesis that looks good. I can't remember what it is.
Kissing people to death. Huh.
That actually sounds funny, but not in a good way. But yeah, let's say Superman. I mean, I played Superman on the NES. It's not a great game, and there's some issues with it. A lot of the big deal with Superman is it's hard to make. Superman is basically, but not completely, invincible, so it's hard to make a good game out of that because you're OP, you know.
Right. You need to go back. You basically need to take the lore back to the 1950s Superman, where he's just like, you know,
he can't fly.
He jumps over high buildings.
Yeah, that was the Fleischer cartoons where they added that.
Right,
where he could fly. But and that was in the 40s. But the Superman. I mean, they even say it's hard to write stories for him because he's so, you know, you can't really put him in a dilemma of X and Y, you know, because
right.
They've made him into super invincible, really. So I get that. However, somehow they did it with Lego Batman 2, where you basically feel like super invincible, like Superman, but there are a couple things you can't do, or Kryptonite gets you and stuff like that. And it works. It just works, and you just want to be that character because you got all the powers, you know, because he can melt stuff. You know, because there's stuff where you have to change characters a lot in the Lego games, to be. So you go into the free play mode where you change characters and you can unlock different stuff because like one character can blow up a certain kind of block, another character can buy another one, and Superman can blow up like 3 different kinds of things. So he's got you know what I mean? So he's like the best character to be most of the time and stuff like that, and they get it right, you know. But you still feel like there's some sort of game there too, and something to do that's fun. So they really do nail it. And yeah, the Superman 64 is I'm gonna say it's terrible, but I haven't played it, so I can't say myself. But my understanding is it's terrible.
It's widely regarded as like the worst game ever.
That's more likely a worst game ever than E.T. I'm gonna say that right there.
Yeah, I think I don't think E.T. is even like a bad game necessarily. It was
it's not even a bad game. It's just not great.
You have to give it you kind of have to give it lenience in as much as, I mean, Cosmic and I were talking about this earlier, is like, you know, Atari is an older system, and you know they were like what is a game? You know, was still very much an open question. I mean, it still kind of is, but even more so then.
Technically, most video games aren't actually games unless you consider the CPU a player. Because if you look up the definition of a game, it is a competition between 2 people or 2 teams. So like Pong, when you have 2 people and you're not playing the computer, is a game. Technically, a video game is not really a game by that definition.
That's getting a little too Buddy Years lawyered there, but...
Exactly. I'm not saying... I mean, I still call video games, right, okay? Yeah. But I'm just saying... I looked up the definition, you know, recently-ish, a few years back, and I was like, well, it actually is between 2 teams or 2 groups of people or 2 individual people. You could call it a game because a lot of times there is simulated stuff where it's simulating a sports game like table tennis or something like that. And if you have the CPU playing, you could call that a game because you have an adversarial thing.
Sure, you could also
but most
consider it
games-
as the
most games are-
CPU
most
is written
games are
by the
more ac-
programmer, and you're up against
Yeah,
the
most-
programmer.
Well, yeah, most games are more accurately described, I would think, as puzzles. More, if you want to. And again, that's being really pedantic and stuff, and I'm not the grammar police here saying that you have to say that. But I'm just saying.
Unless
I forgot why I even brought that up. I'm sorry.
Except when it comes to singular they, right?
I'm not even that pedantic on it. I use singular they myself. I'm more aware of it now, and it bugs me more. That's all.
Fair enough.
Because it is overused. There's certain places where it is annoying.
I'm just making a little joke. I'm not trying to wind you up.
Sorry. You are winding me up, but not in a bad way. In a way that I deserve to get wound up.
And here we were talking about bullying a little bit ago.
The PC's all interactive video stories. Technically, yeah. Oh, because you were saying what is a game? Yeah, what makes a video game? You're right though that it was early enough. There were questions at it. All games as puzzles. Yeah, technically they are puzzles. I would think.
Yeah, I mean you have a certain number of tools, and you have there is more than like I would count getting the timing right and getting the sort of muscle memory in place for putting the right commands in the right order. But it is ultimately a matter of knowing what commands to put in when, and what tools you have available to you, whether it's a fighting game, where you're like, okay, he's going to do this and I need to do that to counter,
Right.
or it's a platformer where it's like, okay, here I need to jump, over there I need to slide, here I need to shoot, etc., and then you play like an RPG, and it's even much more obviously a puzzle of, they're gonna pull off these kinds of attacks. How am I gonna, build my party, build my armor, set my equipment up, all these different variables. So it is a puzzle game in at least some sense.
Yeah. And it's not like there aren't gaming aspects of it, because you are, and this is where you get to it. I think some games are walking simulators technically aren't games because there's no challenge in it. Although you could say it's just the challenge is very low bar and stuff, but where there's no actual challenge, you could say, I mean, where you'd be hard pressed to prove that there was an actual challenge to it. Yeah, that's not really a game.
Asleep.
Game, yeah. Because a game is a game, whereas even though I still call things like, I would say probably a good example of something like that would be like Gone Home. Not really a game. There's not really a challenge. It's basically you walk around and adventure stuff, but it's not really there's no gameplay to it. What I would call gameplay.
Somewhat interactive experience, I suppose.
It's a somewhat interactive story, Yeah.
Which I don't mind them existing. I don't mind.
Actually,
it's an
interactive story. It's not somewhat interactive. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's wrong and shouldn't be a thing. I'm not gonna be a purist where I'd say, oh, you can't define that as a game or whatever. It's what else are you gonna call it at this point?
Kids playing with Transformers toys together isn't a game. I don't have this whole discussion.
I mean, technically, if you want to get technical about it, are there rules? Is there a challenge? Because it's not a game; it's just play.
If I could hold you off,
play for 10.
Coming back around to we were talking about the Atari games, and the Atari. I guess my point was more that we didn't necessarily know, like there wasn't a lot of established routes for developing gameplay mechanics from coding them up and figuring out, how should we do this, right? And like a lot of the earliest...
there wasn't you couldn't go to school and learn. Well, you could actually learn some gaming theory and stuff, but it wasn't as it applies to video games, not so much.
Right, and like you were, what do I want to say? Like a lot of the earliest games were just like math games, like answer math questions, or you were trying to get. There was maybe. It was a math game, but it was given maybe a little bit more story around it. So it was like a story problem of like you're in a starship and you need to get from point A to point B. So, you know, you need to set your course at a certain velocity and so on and so forth and so on. And like for me, that actually probably be kind of a fun game. But it's not anywhere near, you know, having graphics and having like asteroids. You know, even asteroids is a huge leap over, you know, the original like math games that they used to play on like was it the PDP?
Yeah, math games or text adventures or things like that. Yeah. I remember. Well, they had math games like Mastermind.
Oh, and text adventures. Have you ever tried to write a text adventure?
Yes, actually, I have written a text adventure for a grade in high school.
So yes. Have you tried to program one? I guess is what I should ask.
I did. It was programming class. It was a term project.
Oh, that's interesting. Like I would say that's one of the hardest things to program. Like
I had a blast.
You have to. You're basically writing a compiler.
Kinda.
Because you have to write a parsing engine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I did write a we were given some guidelines and stuff, and I guess it was related to because the thing and I don't know who wrote it, but it was somebody who wrote the original adventure apparently, because they kept saying when I was writing the original adventure and I did this and that, this thing I was reading, I wish I still had it, I don't know if I do, and I don't know if it was someone who like rewrote it or was writing, you know, the original or however. But we had a format, like a framework to write this up in. I wrote it in Pascal, and I had like we had locations. There was different category for like the descriptions of places, so you could fetch the descriptions. So we had a framework of how to do it. That was kind of already given to us, not that the code was given to us, but the framework of, you know, so you have this, I don't know that I mean, you'd still have to write your own parsing engines as far as what words you wanted to parse. And you have the parsing engine, you have I remember because we had things called locks, which was like locations, and then probs, I think was problems that you had to solve, and something else, desks, I think was descriptions or something. Were basically our three main like functions we had, or whatever you want to call it.
So to the chat,
it's been a long time. It's been like 30 years, okay?
Yeah, fair enough.
30 years.
I was gonna say so.
But yeah, I have done it, so it's cool.
So in chat, San and Cosmic are talking about working design games. So one theory I could put forward as to why Slippy was saying he didn't like them. I did just come across some stuff about the nature of the way they did translations in for working designs. And one of the things they said is that they would do an initial translation, and then when they did that, they would often just throw away the script because they didn't. It had too many things that would make Western audiences uncomfortable from what the thing was saying, and so they just basically made up their own stuff. And so this kind of goes back to our earlier conversation about anime and whatnot. But to me, that's unacceptable as a person who had to learn Japanese to play some games that weren't even translated at the time. And right. Now I play games and I don't trust translators.
Right. No, I agree.
So like, to me, it's a big no-no. Like I'd almost rather them not bring the games over than to try and make up their own storylines for them.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's like
it's not the same game.
It's not the same game, and it's kind of a diss at the. It's more of a diss at the writer to take his work and then.
Throw it out.
Especially
once it's translated.
Yeah. So that might be the case of why Slippy doesn't like working designs. Not that he dislikes, say, Lunar or Lunar 2 or Albert Odyssey or any of these games that they brought over, but that he dislikes the slipshod translation work that they did. Having said that, I've also seen Renovation, and I don't know if I think I think Renovation might have been a Japanese company that was doing localization to the West, and they employed Japanese English speakers, which is why a lot of the grammar is so funky. Potentially, you know, that might be an explanation of why the text in those games are the way they are. But in that case, a lot of those, you know, storylines for like East 3 on Genesis was practically unreadable. They're just gibberish. I'm not sure what's better there. Like, I feel like I don't like either of those approaches.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But possibly Renovation was actually making you know, actually trying to translate it into a different language, and they were making you know, at that point it's almost a question of what was their intent? Was their intent pure?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's tough because there are some things that are like, you know, where it's okay in Japanese, but not so much in the U.S. There are things like that, and
well,
I don't mean with current PC culture. You know what I mean?
no. Like say for instance, let's say you have a game that has stuff that relates to shogi, right? And shogi's closest American what do I want to say?
Would be chess.
Counterpart, parallel, yeah, would be chess. Yeah. And chess and shogi are still very, very different. So it would make sense to me that if you have, like, let's say a puzzle in the game that revolves around shogi pieces, it would make total sense to me that they would translate the shogi titles of, you know, gold general, silver general, you know, into like knight, bishop, even though they don't really function like that in the game. You know, if they essentially like remake the puzzle and make it work with a chess reference instead of a shogi reference, like, that's fine. That's I see that as perfectly valid.
That's the kind of thing I support. Yeah.
You know, and if they were to change the words, let's say they change the words, but give the same meaning, but they want to make like somebody's dialogue rhyme, you know, and they take some artistic license with which words they're using compared to the original script, which is what they did in Paper Mario, and to the point that a lot of people say that the Paper Mario English translation is far better than the original Japanese script. I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah.
As long as it was the same story, the same essential story.
Yeah, agreed. You can polish a thing, that sort of thing. There was an anime, and I don't remember what it was. It was ages ago, and I saw it on like Anime Channel or something. I had special with my cable thing at the time where you could actually like, it was like TV on demand, but it was like early 2000s. You know, before like Netflix was a thing, and you could do it through your cable company, and there was like some anime thing. I think it was one of those that I watched, and I don't remember what it was called, but they did translations. And it was like, there were people that were supposed to be from the South in Japan, that was like in Osaka or whatever. And they gave them, and for whatever reason, these were supposed to be rural people. I know Osaka itself isn't rural, but they were supposed to be rural from around that area or whatever. And they had Southern accents. They translated it as Southern accents, and because they do have a slightly different speech pattern, you know, down there. So from the you know, main like Tokyo area. So I thought that was really cool, and that's like a perfect like idea of a localization thing where these characters were supposed to be kind of, I don't know if you want to call them Hicks or whatever, but they were supposed to be, you know, rural people-ish, or Southern people at least. And it kind of fit because it was like that in Japan, and it kind of fit a parallel in the U.S. and it worked, you know. And I thought that was neat. And this is when it was kind of when I was really into, and I was probably at the height of me actually learning, like hiragana. I learned a little bit. I learned it. I don't quite have it memorized anymore, but I can recognize a few things. Sometimes I remember it. It was like right at the height of me kind of learning a little bit about the culture and a little bit about the stuff. And I saw it and I was like, oh, that's neat. You know, like that's the kind of thing I dig. You know, that sort of where you make it even more relatable. If you can do that without spoiling the story. I don't know if it spoiled the story because I don't know the original Japanese. I couldn't read it if I did, you know. But that's what I would. That kind of thing, I think is, you know, a semi improvement, and that's where you know, where people say, well, if it's localization or is it translation? That's where I would say, yeah, that would be localization. They definitely localized. Another great example of good localization is what they do in Animal Crossing, where they have different holidays depending on what version you have. Then the holidays match the holidays from that region as best they can, you know. But they have like Thanksgiving in North America. You know, the North American version has a Thanksgiving, and they have a or a parallel holiday to it. They don't call it Thanksgiving, but you know, they have something for Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's and stuff. Where in Japan they're going to have like the Cherry Blossom Festival and, you know, whatever. They probably still have New Year's, but they may not have Christmas or Thanksgiving. They might have Christmas now, but you know, they would have different stuff to go along with the areas,
right?
Where they actually have different holidays and such.
Though I would say for Animal Crossing, like, yeah, the developer's Japanese, but they really made that, like, the original development team, right, made that with a mind towards internationalization. And so
yes,
it's already...
That's a good point.
There's a lot of... It's almost incorrect to call it a localization, because it's, like, built in. It's not something that had to be localized. It's just they built it pre-localized, I guess.
They designed it for that way, but they still hadn't done that portion of it yet. You know what I mean? Like, they still built it in Japanese first and then made the North American version of the original Animal Crossing. I believe it was designed for the Nintendo 64 in Japan. I think it maybe so, and it didn't come out till GameCube in the US, and it was called Animal Forest in Japanese, and it was called Animal Crossing in the US on the GameCube. So it was a different thing, but so there was some translation and localization that had to happen. But you're right, if they did design it with that in mind, so, and there's less story there going on, so it's not like you're altering the, you know.
Yeah, I was only referring to the most recent one. I don't really know the development history of the earlier ones, but I know the most recent one.
I was thinking more of the original one. The more recent ones are a little bit more international, because I think they do have an Easter thing. But I think they have, of course, it's all generic with eggs and stuff, but eggs and bunnies. But
yeah, it's not you know, celebrating Christ leaving the tomb.
right, exactly.
Let's find some Easter eggs.
I don't know if they have stuff like that in Pokemon Go. Like we just had recently, we had like the Color Festival, which we actually had last year, and I didn't realize, but it's the Indian thing. You know, the I don't know what it is, but the Denali, maybe? No, Denali, not Denali.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because here in Salt Lake they celebrate that. Even though, you know, there's really not very much of a population here.
I mean, you have Indian people that celebrate it, I assume, then not
a lot. I
mean, like, the Mormons there celebrate it or something? I don't understand.
Yes.
They do. That's okay. That is weird. I was just gonna say that's weird and leave it alone.
I mean, there are Indians here too, but the primary, if you go and you actually like watch one or attend one, it is mostly you know, Americans. So
yeah, I didn't even realize it was that. It's not Denali, because Denali is a American Indian name, I think, for something. But
no, it's you know, dot on the forehead Indians, not
yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
not past the peace pipe Indians, not Injuns, as they say.
Injuns, yeah. Dot, not feather, yeah. But the no, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Color Festival or whatever. And I didn't realize that it was, because they didn't use the name, whatever it's called. But yeah. I mean, that's designed to be international, so we get it here too, not just there, because it's it's an online global thing.
Right.
So they do various things. They kind of have a spring thing, but it's not even like Easter related at all. Right now they're just doing a summer thing, like water festival, you know. But it's cool, you know. I don't think they did that in Animal Crossing per se, but they might have stuff like that in there. I can't remember.
Blindsided.
But those were designed to be that way.
Mm-hmm. I guess we can fight these ones, because we're, again, running low on mana. That's the downside of hurrying away for everything. Yeah. I kind of forgot, I think our conversation derailed from something else, because we were talking about something before we were talking about Animal Crossing, right?
We were talking about translations and stuff.
Oh yeah, working design
I don't know.
stuff.
I'm just talking and too much.
It's fun. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be like complaining.
No, I didn't mean that you were. I'm just saying, you know.
Right. But yeah, it's really. Hey, Sneebro, welcome in. It's really saddening.
Oh, hey.
Like when you're trying to play games, you know, Japanese games or whatever, and like you can't rely on the translation. You can't, like, you play it and you're like, is this what they really said? You know, and if it sounds weird, you're like,
yeah, I have to do that too when playing stuff, and I wonder. It's one of those things, and I can't just assume that it's different because it's whatever. Because maybe they did do it that way. I don't know.
Yeah, grinding the pits again. Let me give you a shout out, man. We are at least I got everybody to level 70, so I'm only having to fight every once in a while just to make sure my mana doesn't go completely bonkers. Just my I need to keep some level of heals on. So Sneebro, for anybody watching this who doesn't know Sneebro or is watching afterward, Sneebro plays a whole lot of really interesting stuff. I've been watching him play a lot of VR content recently. So if you're into that, he's got a cool channel. He's good peoples. I think he and Thor Mountain talk a lot of programming too. So some interesting conversations in chat on his channel. Yeah, it is going slightly faster. I feel like I'm making more progress more quickly in terms of, you know, mapping out those pits. So that's good. Let's see there, and then let's do that one. Okay. Now I think we want to just defend for a few turns to get mana back. Let's put him back to sleep. There we go. Nice. Max that out. We got relaxing up. We got relaxing up. Let's also do shelter. Alright, I think we should get about, if I'm not casting any spells, I think I get about 20 MP back every turn, or TP. It's 119, went to 137, so that's 18? You get 18 back at each turn. So this shouldn't take too long. It's really just my healer. I'm glad there's not an animation for defense. There we go. I think we're good now. Okay. Back up to full. How's our stalker going? We're good. Okay. That said, I do think I am kind of glad that we got to see games like Lunar over here, because they're good games, and I don't know if they would have come out if not for working designs. So it's I don't know, mixed feelings.
Yeah.
Like, again, I still kind of am like, if people have trouble with a particular game, you know, if people have if they're looking at a game, they're like, oh, it's got this element to it or something, and I'm offended, and so on and so forth. As the editor or the translator, like, I kind of would prefer that they didn't bring over the game, as opposed to, you know, retranslating it and butchering it. But at the same time, it's like, would anybody even know what Lunar was in the West if not for that? It's a good game. So it's like,
It's a tough call.
Anyway. So anyway, what are you up to today, Sneebro? Playing some more VR? I think, seems like you were playing something different last time I checked in. I was kind of lurking rather than really paying full attention, but you were playing the dinosaur game for a while there. Are you a stalker? You are a stalker. I know what that's. What you up to these days? And now we're playing the game of waiting for the stream delay. So I thought the dinosaur wanted to change it up, doing a cool one. Oh, that's right. I did see you playing the mining one. That's right. It wasn't yeah, I think your stream name was calling it like Deep Rock Galactic, except in VR or something. But it's a different game, right? Yeah. It's got kind of like a Western, like your mentor in that game or whatever has like this sort of Western type accent going. Not really accent, but just like the things he was talking about. Your ghost buddy. Yeah, cowboy vibe. Let's see, where do we want to go next? Do. I should I could make a redeem out of the what is it? Smart 300, you know, where he's like kicking him in the pit. Be like, no, this is not madness. This is cartography. Or something stupid like that. Did Drake get cut off again?
No, sorry. I'm trying to respond. People are adding me and
Gotcha.
I just realized I had a couple people adding me about questions about one of the Discords.
Gotcha. Let me give you another shout out here on the channel.
Yeah. The other mod, the right hand guy mod took care of it, but
nice.
I'm like, yeah, sorry, it's what the other guy said. I just realized I was getting added. I was like, oh man, I've been added twice. People are asking about this.
Oh, added, like on Discord. Got it.
Yeah, like tagged.
Got it. I was thinking like addition.
No, at. People were pinging me.
And yeah, that if I had added a 300 reference redeem, then it would have been very appropriate this whole time I've been in this dungeon. I've been having a lot of fun with the redeems. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was missing what Sneebro was saying.
Oh, so we were talking about
Are you talking about this game?
Yeah, I was talking about redeems, and that I should have added a in 300 when he kicks him in the pit, and it's like, this is is this madness? No, this is Sparta.
Oh, right. So because every time you go in the pit.
Yeah.
And you've been doing that a lot.
Yeah. Only in my case it would be, is this madness? And I'd be like, no, this is cartography. Just mapping out all the bits. It's like first person Spelunky.
Yeah.
Oh, and we were talking Atari games earlier. So I was watching there's another streamer I watch, Agent Frowny. He was playing Pitfall on he was playing the C64 version. But do you know if or maybe this is a question for Cosmic, did the Atari 2600 version have the Tarzan yell when you hop on a vine? Because that's freaking amazing. That's like I would play
original Pitfall.
Yeah, on Atari.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really cool.
Which is funny because Jungle King, which became Jungle Hunt, actually got successfully sued by the estate, the Tarzan estate, for using that. But I think they actually had like a digitized form of the call or something from the TV show or something like that. And they actually got successfully sued and had to take it out, and they changed it to Jungle Hunt and changed the character and all that sort of stuff. So it's kind of funny though how that Pitfall kind of got away with it.
Huh.
But again, that wasn't an actual digitized thing from the TV show or whatever, and it wasn't. But it was still the same kind of. I don't know how enforceable it is the way they did it versus the other way, but.
Right.
Yeah.
It was an homage rather than like actually pulling the sound off the TV show or something. It was something making a similar sound.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they did it, but it was close enough that they actually lost, I think, the lawsuit, or it could have been one of those where it was just enough of a pain that they changed it. I don't know the full details, but they did have to change it due to the request.
Oh, so like in later versions or something?
Of Jungle Hunt.
Oh,
Jungle King,
Hunt.
I mean, they changed it to Jungle Hunt. They did not with Pitfall. Pitfall never changed.
I see.
I just think it's funny because the one game actually did, and the other one kind of did the same thing, but didn't.
Okay.
I don't think they even got sued or anything. As far as I know, I never heard of it.
So Pitfall, the makers of Pitfall didn't get sued over it.
No, that was Activision. And no, they didn't. As far as I know, they didn't get sued or anything. But the makers of Jungle King did, and they ended up changing it to Jungle Hunt. I think it was maybe too close to the character too, because they kind of used the character because he was Jungle King and he was like Tarzan is the, you know what I mean, like the loincloth and all that sort of stuff. They changed that too. So I think there was more similarities than just the sound, but they removed the sound as well.
Right. I'm actually kind of surprised. Is Tarzan public domain at this point, or no?
I don't know. I really don't know off the top of my head. I would be completely guessing. I would guess that it might be in some countries, not all of them necessarily, because of its age, but I don't know. I don't really know. It
Hmm.
certainly wasn't at the time.
Right,
I forget what company it was that made Jungle King. It was a Japanese company like Taito or something like that. Versus Activision being an American company. I don't know if that was influenced the decision or not, or the
Possibly.
action. I don't know. Or they could have just not been aware of it. I don't know the details.
Yeah, I've had to remove. I didn't have enough pit. I don't have. They don't give you enough symbols, so I've had to remove stuff from the areas that I have explored. But I'm almost there. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's maybe like 20 to 30 more spaces I gotta map out. So we're getting there. We're getting there, and we already I've already been to the next floor down, and back up and down again over here. So we've made it to the next floor. We did find the exit. We're just mapping out stuff left over, and I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a bathroom break here in a moment. Just gonna map out this last one. And then I'm gonna be AFK for just a moment.
Okay.
I don't know if I have. I don't have the chat over here, the voice chat from Discord. Let me pop that over real quick. Let's see. That's from voice chat. Can I just copy and paste that? I think so. There we go. So now Drake can keep you company. I will be back later. Do you want me to toss on music too?
Whatever you want. It's your show, man. But that sounds like fun. If you got something that's not too.
Oh, that's you know what? That's probably licensed. I had some anime music on for earlier. I was doing some Armored Core the other day, so we'll do Armored Core music.
If it's not too inconvenient for you.
No.
It didn't work last time though. Last time I was listening to it anyway.
Yeah, I think I had the Winamp thing muted, just because I had been listening to stuff that was licensed.
Oh,
anyway.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I'll be back.
All right. I don't hear any music. Oh, he's probably doesn't have it piped into Discord. He's probably got it piped out through the Twitch. Since I'm in the Discord, I don't have it. That's fine. But I'm here, looking at chat. If anyone has anything they want to talk about. Actually planning on starting up my stream a lot earlier. I haven't yet. Cool.
Hello again. There we go. We are back. Yep. So we just drop down a pit. Right. Right. Okay. Huh. Like a double pit. I haven't run across that. That would be kind of funny. I feel like I played some games that had something like that. I don't think it was, I don't think I ran into that in Shiny in the Darkness. A double pit. I'm trying to think of where I might have run into that. Maybe in SMT1? Perhaps? Or maybe in Soul Hackers, ran into something There were a lot of portals. There were a lot of portals on the, there's kind of this, like, going inside people's souls dungeon. That had lots and lots and lots of ports and warps, and the map for that was, for some of those areas, got to be pretty crazy. Thankfully, in that game, there wasn't a explore the whole floor achievement. There was a reach the floor.
That would be nasty, huh?
Yeah.
Explore every pit trap.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, this game has its fair share of warps too. Like, I think the, floor 26? 26 wasn't that bad.
Oh, I thought that one was the nasty one. Or maybe it was 27. I remember you talking about that earlier.
Ah, no, this is the one. 29. I ran out of symbols so quickly.
So. You think they give you enough symbols? They know what's in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, maybe there are limitations depending on the, like how much byte size you can do. You know what I mean? How much address space you can do for a certain symbol. But yeah.
Yeah, but like the DS shouldn't be that memory limited. And like even if the DS was memory limited, like you could use, you have the SD card in there that you could use for extra space too. It's like, you could store your maps there as a file. Maybe that would be slow.
Yeah. I mean, it's not so much memory space as like, you know what I'm saying? But like, if they define, like, there's only, like, you can only have X number of something for a something, and that's just how they did it.
Yeah.
It was just easier to code that way for whatever reason. That's the only reason I can see some sort of limitation in that. It's not specifically address space so much as like defining your types of variables and the sizes and things like that. Sometimes they can add up, even if you're not using it. They can add up depending on how you do it. I mean, that's the only reason I can think of them not doing it. Otherwise, I would like put enough stuff so they can label everything or whatever. Unless somebody's going crazy, but everything that you designed in there, you should be able to. They know how big it is, so they know how many pits you're going to want to put. In theory,
yeah.
you could want to put. That's how I'd do it if I were programming it, but I don't know. Sometimes there's limitations and you can't, and you just make it as good. Or maybe they design that in there as a limitation, so that's an extra challenge. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, this isn't. This is per floor though, so it's not. It's not like I'm running into limits because I've used them on previous floors. It's like every floor you can only use X number of symbols.
That's a little weird too.
I think.
Yeah, but it could be it could be just the way to design the floor.
You know, I'm not entirely sure about that. Sneebro might be right. It might be the case that earlier floors are using up. So where I've used pits in earlier floors, but it's not like I went wild with pits either.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I didn't use pits where there weren't pits.
Yeah, I mean, I could see obviously if you're using pits. Yeah, if you're doing it where there aren't any, then yeah. But they know how many are in the game, so they know how many you should use, or they know how many are on the floor, so they know how many you should be able to use. So it's an odd choice, especially if it's per floor. It's a very odd choice, unless they just had some sort of limited space, like however they structuralize the data structures in the for the map. They only wanted them to take up so much space.
Right.
Or whatever, because you still got to add extra space just because you're not using those, they can still take up space. Even if you're not using them, depending on how you code it and how they're doing it. And obviously, I don't know any of that, how they're actually doing it. But
I mean, I don't know if they'd be forced to use something like an array instead of a vector. Like where you have vectors are expandable automatically versus an array, which you have to specify how large it is beforehand.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Is maybe it's something where they had to specify a certain size, and I mean you can change that, but the thing is if you change that size, it changes it everywhere it's used, and it takes up more space everywhere, not just in the one location. So
that's fair.
There is, yeah. So that could be why they. I don't know. That could be why they did it. I don't know. Obviously, since I didn't program it, but that would be one reason where I maybe feel forced to have to do that. You do give them does give people extra challenge. You could mark out like corners or something like that where the pits are. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a pit.
Right.
Yeah, that's the only reason I could think of why you wouldn't do it, because otherwise it's like how many pits are there, how many they're going to need, or the maximum. You have at least a range, an idea of how many they could feasibly use. I mean, you could get away with it if you know that people, if you're talking about people that want to map out every square versus people that just want to be able to get to the end.
That's fair. People that are just getting to the end on every floor and only concerned with that and not getting every treasure chest.
Right.
Which also in this game, as far as design goes, treasures in this game are trash. Like, I have yet to find a treasure box aside from some of the early floors, like maybe in floor 4, maybe in floor 8, there were some good treasure boxes with stuff that was like at my level at the time that I got it, and not I hadn't already made something better. But that was like twice, maybe as many as 5 times I came across something that was actually useful, as opposed to like, let's say Final Fantasy IV or something, where every time you find a new weapon in a treasure box, it is always better than anything you could have bought and anything you've got equipped. Or an Ys, where you're typically finding things that you just bought, and if you knew ahead of time, you wouldn't have bought.
Yeah, I think you can do that in 1 or 2 places of Phantasy Star as well, where you can buy stuff and it's like, oh, I just found this in the treasure. The big joke with Phantasy Star is the Flash. You found Flash. Yeah, Flash is light. I think it's temporary. I can't remember, but
so it's like a flash bomb or something.
No, it's just a light to light up the dungeon kind of thing. I don't remember what if you can use it for something else, but you get early on, you get like a lamp, so you don't ever need a flash. It fills up your inventory, and you just go sell them for like 10 Meseta every time. And you just don't take them, or you drop them.
This is like trash loot.
It's trash loot, and there's certain characters or certain creatures that always drop those. Like towards the end, and it's like, I don't need. You would need them like crazy if you hadn't bought the lamp, but you know. So I get it why they're in there, kind of, but yeah, it gets annoying after a while.
I bet.
You get so many flashes. But it might be interesting to do it without the lamp to see how that plays out. But you need to light up the dungeon. Dungeons are all pitch black otherwise, except for like the first one, I think. Which isn't really a real dungeon. I think it's just like a little passage.
I'm guessing that maybe one of the developers there played a lot of Zork, and they're just afraid of Grooze.
Yeah, maybe. It could be. I'm not sure. But
so
yeah.
Let's go ahead and fight this one. Let's go ahead and attack and...
I mean, I again, this is kind of my working theory. I haven't really researched it, but I think that most JRPGs, especially initially the early ones, were basically designed off of
D&D, right?
Well, no, actually, specifically, I think it was what's the game? Ultima, which was kind of, I mean, originally video games were designed off of D&D, but I think they take a lot of inspiration from Ultima. I think Ultima was quite big there, and I think that's why, for example, the ship, I think it's the Player 2 ship in like the Gradius series, and I think it's Salamander, which is a spin-off, but where it's called Lord British. The name of the ship is Lord British, and it's I think that is a nod to that and how popular that was in Japan, or at least with the developers of that game. And I think a lot of the, especially the old RPGs of that era, are actually very similar to Ultima.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong on that, but it's what it seems to be for my very casual observation.
And like I would additionally say that they are, I mean, Ultima itself is very heavily influenced by D&D. So, you know, they are indirectly influenced by D&D too in that way. And I do know that Wizardry that came out was heavily influential as well.
Yeah, I think I did hear that. Obviously, RPGs are, video game RPGs are heavily influenced by D&D because, for a while there, RPGs, it was D&D,
Right.
It basically was RPG. I don't know the history. I'm not going to say that it was necessarily the first one, but it certainly was the most popular and gave it the widespread thing, and then things evolved out of that. Where there's different ones that came later, obviously, where you get Paranoia, and you get ones for Doctor Who and Ghostbusters, and what's the other one? The Cyberpunk. Those that evolved out of it, and
Shadowrun.
Yeah, Shadowrun. Thank you. That's actually what I was thinking of. Shadowrun. I think that was what I was thinking of, because that was the big Cyberpunk one, and Rifts and
GURPS was the other one probably.
Yeah, there's that system, and then there was there's Advanced Squad Leader and stuff like that too, that came, like the military board games as well. So it evolved into a whole huge genre kind of a thing, but basically it was D&D, which is basically influenced from Lord of the Rings.
Right.
There were other things, but
a lot of kind of hate to say his name on stream, but the writer of Elric of Melniborn,
I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
Oh, Elric?
I've heard of Elric. Now that you mention it. Yeah, that was also a big influence on D&D, wasn't it? Or was it after? I forget. But
it was before D&D.
yeah.
I think before D&D First Edition. But it was definitely after Lord of the Rings, and it was almost like a direct challenge to Lord of the Rings.
It was one of those, yeah.
Because the author, whose name is sounds like a swear word, he was a big lover of the original fables and fairy tales that were much darker and had generally had rather than good and evil, it was more just like different. You know, it was like the Fae. You know, you had good Fae and bad Fae, but it wasn't necessarily good and evil. It was more like, you know, some are hostile and some are more ambiguous.
Yes.
And or they might just be like they'll steal your child away because they think it's funny, not because they're like cruel and evil, but like they don't even necessarily know what cruelty is.
It's just an amusement to them, because they're on a completely different plane. Yeah.
So like and I have certain respect for the old fables, and stuff, and like I really like the old the folk tale about Earl Koenig and the Dark Hunt, I think it is. And we have The Witcher kind of is a series that draws heavily on that, and a lot of people would say that The Witcher is basically like a carbon copy of Elric, for that matter.
Yeah, I think I might have heard that. I haven't read any of it. I should, but I haven't.
Yeah, I wouldn't highly recommend having read The Witcher. I was recommended it by a Polish friend who was like, "Oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread," and I'm like, I really don't want to disappoint my friend, but it's not that great.
I don't know. Maybe you have to be Polish. Well,
yeah. Apparently,
maybe it helps. Not has to be, but
there's a lot of puns that apparently get lost in translation from what I've heard, which is unfortunate. Goes back to our conversation about translations, but anyway,
I still want to read it. So, but when am I going to read it? I don't know, but if I ever will. But yeah, there is a big influence all down the path.
Yep.
So one way or another, it's indirectly influenced by something.
Yep.
But at least the way the game menus and things like that are designed that I've seen, they look very similar to Ultima. Now I don't know if that's just because Ultima was there and it's popular and they did it, or it's just one of those where form follows function and it just makes sense to draw it that way. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Labyrinth, Ultima, and actually, I'm not sure what Ultima's screens look like for when you get into a fight. But Labyrinth, Wizardry, and like Persona, and like there's a whole series of these essentially first-person RPG games that like the dungeon crawling all looks very similar.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because it's like a 3D game in some sense, but 3D games that were like on the original systems of Atari and Apple II and Amiga and all that.
Yeah. I've played a little bit of Ultima, and I've seen it, and I don't know if it looks different, I think, on some of the computers versus the NES and stuff. I played a little bit of Ultima Exodus, which I think is Ultima 4, 3, I can't remember, on the NES. Yeah, that one and Quest of the Avatar were the two that came out on NES, and I played the first one back in the day a little bit. We rented it. Didn't get very far, but I liked the story and was really interested in it. And that was kind of when I was into RPGs and fantasy stuff more, and I never actually got into like reading Lord of the Rings back then, but that would have been a good time for it.
Yeah. I mean, Lord of the Rings was kind of what's the word? not really foundational necessarily for me, but it was. I read it when I was like 6, 7. So it was very much a book that shaped my views and my tastes. So
Cool.
maybe foundational is right.
Probably, yeah.
But I also read a lot of what's his name now? The guy who wrote Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain. Lots of Mark Twain, which probably is part of why I'm such a cynical individual.
Yeah, I like Mark
For better or
Twain.
worse.
I like Mark Twain. Trying to think. I mean, I read like Narnia.
Yeah, Narnia.
I was probably a little older than 6 or 7 though.
I used to
I was
take
reading that.
I used to take one book of the books of Narnia to bed every night and read it for like 2 weeks straight. And then
I loved it as a kid. I've reread it several times.
yeah, they're good stories.
Well, you remember when we were reading it and I reread it then.
Right. And that was the first time I read it in like 20 years.
Yeah, it was me too. I hadn't realized it'd been that long. But I mean, I prefer reading it in published order, original published order. It was the order it was written in.
Are we gonna get pedantic about that now too?
No, that's just what I prefer reading it in. But having reread it, I realized you can actually read it in any order and it would still make sense. With the exception of, like, obviously you wouldn't know the backstory to some of the stuff that happens. But he puts enough exposition in there that explains what happens in previous books that it doesn't matter what order you read them in, as far as, you know, understanding what happens.
I do feel like the prequel that he wrote later is not as strong. So if you were to read that first, you might end up soured somewhat on the series. It's definitely, The Magician's Nephew is definitely not as strong.
Yeah, I liked that book a lot, but I liked it a lot. I read it in order, so that one I read later.
Right.
So that one, I don't like I don't like these people that are like change it to chronological order and revisionist history stuff. I just don't get that.
At least according to the foreword that I read for the series that I picked up, that did have it in order of the order that the story plays out in, I guess, which would is not the publication order.
Is what they call it.
Yeah, chronological. So according to that foreword, which was from C.S. Lewis's son-in-law, or not son-in-law, stepson, C.S. Lewis had been asked what order he preferred, and he preferred it to be chronological.
Yes, that's what I've heard, and they have changed that. They changed that recently in my sense, meaning probably late 90s is when they changed it, and now all publications come out that way. I don't know. I'm not going to say he's wrong, obviously, but
he's the author.
I don't know if, right.
Word of author, man.
And I can't disagree with that's what he really prefers or not. But I don't know if he was just trying to be nice to the kid that asked him, because it was a little kid that asked him. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
And there's, but
you're
right.
He was just humoring the little kid.
Yeah, but and I don't know if the kid had a preference. Coming to think of it, I can't say that that's, you know, but I'm just saying what I prefer, and I prefer the order that I originally read them in, you know, which was starting with The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and that's the one they made the movie of originally when they made the cartoon movie, which I didn't really care for because it looked like Yellow Submarine, but the style, I didn't like the art style with it, and it was weird because when I read it as an American kid, I didn't get that they were British. I'm like, why do they have the weird British I don't know, the British accent didn't like it. Which, you know, I don't know why, because I watched Doctor Who as a kid and it was fine, but I just didn't like it. I think it was more the art style that I didn't like. I've never sat through. I don't think I've sat through that whole movie. That one.
I did watch the live action BBC ones you gave me. Those were pretty good.
Yeah, they're good. Obviously they don't have the technical chops or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, they don't have the
TV. It's a TV miniseries, you know. And
right.
Calling it miniseries is generous. So they did not have the big budget for special effects, but they do the job. They convey the story, and that's all you really need.
Mm-hmm.
They're good enough to convey the story.
Right.
And I like that. I like those, and I like the movies they made later are good, but there's some with them. Like, my favorite one is Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and I didn't think the movie was... I was kind of disappointed in the movie.
Mm.
I thought it was bad. It just didn't fit my...
mental picture that you
Yeah,
drawn.
I guess you could say. Yeah. It wasn't bad, but, it wasn't...
I kind of, some of the old shows, even the live action ones, kind of left more to the imagination sometimes, or there was like there's almost like an understanding because the technology and the effects were kind of bad or lacking that, like, oh yes, you need, use your imagination here. And, sometimes you did. And sometimes the effect at the end of the day, and maybe this goes kind of to, people that prefer to see something in a theater instead of at a movie theater, they like to see it as a play or something. Because there's almost like I don't want to call it a contract, but it's like there's a sense there that, you have to use your imagination to add things. And when you're making a movie instead, it's like or when you're making more recent movies, I should say, because we're talking about an older movie versus a newer one or an older series. But when the effects are better, it's almost like it's more noticeable when they are not quite there, or it's more noticeable when they disappoint a little bit compared to what your imagination had it. So it's almost like having worse effects is sometimes better.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, definitely could.
Yeah. That's another one I should put on a redeem list.
But I don't know. There was something about when I read Magician's Nephew. There was something I liked about the reveal of, oh, so that's how that happened. Oh, so that, and if you're told it at the beginning, you don't get the excitement. And that was the main thing.
Right.
I thought of where I thought that one should. That's why I like that one being told later. The other one, also that comes in there is and that one, and probably the last one probably should always be last too. But yeah, and then obviously the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Prince Caspian, Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and the Silver Chair do have a definite order as to, and they came out in that order that they consecutively go in, and you could actually throw in A Horse and His Boy anywhere within that. I mean, you probably don't want it first because it's told within the context of the other stuff, but it's a side story, and it doesn't if he explains the stuff in there, it doesn't matter if you read it first or last as far as how it's explained. He actually does a really good job of that. So but I do prefer the order I read them, and I do prefer that prequel one being last. And I remember that's another reason I liked that is because somebody when they were coming out with the Star Wars prequels, and somebody said, "Oh, well, whenever as a prequel work," and I was like, Narnia. only prequel I've ever heard of, really, that I could name off the top of my head at the time, and even now. Although I know there are other things. I think Ico was like that, or Eco, whichever it is. It came out.
I feel like
because that's supposed to be a prequel, right?
Oh, Ico, yeah.
The game that comes after Shadow of the Colossus. It's actually previous.
Did it come out before or after Shadow of the Colossus?
It came out after.
Okay.
But I believe the story is before.
I thought it was a launch title, wasn't it? Ico? Was it?
I don't know, because I got them on PS3, and that was way later.
Uh-huh.
I think they came out PS2.
I have the PS3 remake, or remaster, which is Blue Point.
I got the 3D. I got the 3D one.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think mine is 3D. It is on PS3, but I don't think it had the 3D option. For whatever reason.
Mine does. I don't know. I think I got the downloadable one, but I don't even know if I can even get it. If I need to re-download it or any of that stuff anymore. I haven't paid attention to that, so. I suppose there are places, if you know what I mean.
Yes, sailing the high seas.
I suppose that's possible. I mean, I did buy it, so, you know.
Huh? Sometimes that's the best way to do things. Is you make sure that you've paid your dues to the original creators as best you can, and then find whatever form actually works for you.
Yep.
Because sometimes the official ones are not actually available in any kind of feasible capacity.
Yep. This is true. But I don't know. Whatever I was saying with regard to that. Yeah, I thought that was one that came. I thought that game came after, but it's set before. But I mean, I think that was after like Star Wars Episode 1 came out anyway, so wouldn't have applied. But
yeah, because the Star Wars prequels were late 90s, I think. Latter half of the 90s.
Yeah, it was. I think the first one came out in '99, and the last one came out in 2003 or something like that.
Yeah, and in the wake of the sequels, it's like they're not that bad. They're not as bad as we thought they were when we watched them initially. Now that we've seen true awful.
Well, what I always said when the first one came out, and this is I don't know, I've gone back and kind of detached them from canon in my mind for some reasons. I know a lot of people were really complaining about them at the time, and I'm like, I think the second one's the best out of the three. I mean, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It felt.
Sorry, go ahead.
I
was just gonna. We're both talking at the same time. I was just gonna say, I agree with some of your initial thoughts on it. That the best order to watch Star Wars is 4, 5, 6, period.
Then stop. Yes. Yes. Original versions too, not special editions or any of that stuff either.
Yes. And if
I would allow the one with the sub whatever you call it of A New Hope, is that they did re-release that in theaters, and that's kind of how I remember seeing it, even though I did see the original version. Like once Empire Strikes Back came out, they redid that. I'm okay with that. Not that much of a purist, but I would say the original version is preferable. It's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, it's not a huge difference. Well, I guess
it's mostly the title crawl that's different.
Yeah, and the Han shot first thing.
No, that didn't happen until Special Edition.
Right. That would be.
I'm talking about the version that came out in 1980.
I see.
Where they changed the title. They changed the title, the title crawl. You know.
Gotcha.
Because originally it just said Star Wars and it had the title crawl. It didn't say Star Wars: A New Hope. It never said that originally.
Right, because they didn't originally plan on making a sequel.
Right.
They didn't even really expect it to do well or something like that, if I remember right.
Yeah. And I don't know how much is revisionist history with things George Lucas has said about it, because he's definitely said conflicting things.
Mhm.
But supposedly originally he had, I mean, the story from Star Wars, he originally did have more that he was planning with the big battle. Like he did have like the not specifically Ewoks, it was supposed to be the Wookiees fighting
Mhm. Mhm.
and this primitive society, attacking the more technological empire or whatever. That was supposed to be Wookiees originally, and that's what he said. And it was one of those where he didn't have the budget at the time to do that and stuff. So I could kind of see maybe it was supposed to be more expansive. There's some stuff like that. He said one of the reasons he killed off Ben Kenobi at the end was like, well, he's just standing around for the last 20 minutes,
Hmm.
There was nothing for him to do. He'd be just standing there next to Leia at the end. Like, I don't mean I mean during the fight, during battle. So that's, one of the reasons why he killed him off, because like it'd be more interesting. Supposedly. But I don't know. There's a lot I don't trust coming from his mouth anymore,
Fair enough.
There's a lot of stuff that happened in that movie that he didn't do. I've heard things, this you hear him years later, and supposedly like his wife at the time actually saved the movie in the edit. Things like that, because she edited it and stuff. But now that they had a very nasty divorce, so lots of things have changed since then,
He said, she said. Yeah.
Well, I know what I've heard about the divorce is that she really she ran off
Right.
on him. It was not good, is what I hear. But I don't know if that's why other things suffered later, because she wasn't there to be able to fix them, or how much of it was really her influence and how much of it was his. How much was, Lee Brackett that wrote Empire Strikes Back basically was it her that made Darth Vader Luke's father? And then he's gone on record of saying, well, that was the original story, that was, and this was a long time ago, like in the 80s he's gone on saying that. And I was like, I don't know, there's that scene that they cut, but they didn't put it, they cut the scene and then they put it back in the special edition, like in the Blu-rays or whatever. But they removed the one part where he talked about the guy who's like, oh, I remember your dad, They removed that part because that was incongruous. But it was in the movie. It was cut from the original movie, but it was in the movie.
Interesting.
And how much of that, whose decision was that? I don't know. Not that anyone would remember these days necessarily. You know what I mean? Remember back 40, 50 years ago, whose decision it was to do what.
Right.
Does it matter and what it's become? But there are some. It's weird because now, even though he's done an admirable job of trying to make it congruent, and he's kind of retconned some stuff, which I disagree with that he's retconned it, but I think that it was a noble idea that he was trying to make it very seamless. Like the credits are the same, everything's the same. It's very congruous even back then. Compare it to a series like Star Trek or something where they change the titles and the fonts and stuff, and every episode. Where this is, it's meant to be a contiguous whole. He does a good job of that, and he's gone back and changed out actors and stuff to make it match, kind of retrofitted them. Kind of object to that. Like he changed Boba Fett's voice to be the other guy that he used later. I don't like that at all. I hate that decision. It was really that made me go back and go, I don't even like the special editions now. And I realized it's like, no, you once it's out, that's what it is. You can make other versions, but you need to allow those initial versions that everyone saw be there, and people can make their own minds up as to what versions you want. But it eventually gets to a point where person A likes, I like this scene, so now I'm going to cut and paste it and use this, I like this version but that scene, and it's like you don't have a version of what it is. It becomes malleable, and it's not what it is anymore. You know, it should be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe that's a little too philosophical, but that's why I dropped everything.
We need less remastering and remaking in general, and just a new IP. That's what we need.
Yeah, and that's why I like go to the original version. You know. Even though there's stuff in the original version that there's things that I prefer in some of the later edits, the sound and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember those differences as a kid because I remember seeing both versions as a kid. There was the 2-channel mix, and then there was like a surround mix, which I don't know, might have only been 3 channels or something back then. But there is a line that they added in one of the other versions that wasn't in the one version. And I watched the one now without that line, and I kind of preferred that line, but I was like, no, I'm gonna watch this version because otherwise it's still pretty good. But there's a line that 3PO says when they're pulling up the plans for the Death Star, when they're looking for the tractor beams. There's actually a line, there's a voiceover line that 3PO has in there because it's kind of just silence for several seconds, you know, and they added a line there. I think that is an improvement on it, but now the version I watched doesn't have that.
We gotta do this redeem for this. Gonna hit him really hard.
Oh, nice.
Because he's all bound, so I can use my super move on him. So it's gonna hit for how much?
A lot.
1,939. Which, you know, in some games that's not a lot.
Yeah.
In this game, that is a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it depends on the game. Nice. I don't know. You know, you kind of overanalyze stuff and lose the fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
But because of that decision of the character, you know, thing, it's like, oh, maybe just having the original one is the best version. You know, maybe just Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else said in one of the things where they're like, what order should you watch them in, or what? I think it was more of like, how many Star Wars movies are there? And the one guy that answered 1, and I was like, you know, I'm starting to lean that way too now. even though I really love Empire Strikes Back. It didn't when it first came out, but it grew on me.
Like a tumor.
Like a tumor. Well, no, more like I was a kid and thought there was too much mushy stuff in it.
I could totally relate to that. I used to walk out of the room.
The book. There's more mushy stuff in the book, and I read the book before the movie came out. Before I saw the movie.
That's funny.
And so I thought, oh, there's too much mushy stuff, and then I realized later this is actually the best one.
You're like once you get a wife, you're like, oh, I love mushy stuff now.
Well, it was long before I had a wife that.
Fair enough.
That I was able to appreciate that one was the best. It may have been probably before I met my wife, even, but that I appreciated the Empire Strikes Back, but but otherwise, yes. I'm a little too take things straight. Have you noticed? Rather than rolling with the joke.
It wasn't technically correct.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I'm too pedantic, I really am, but well. Maybe that's something I will learn to improve on.
It's okay.
I think what it is I'm just too obsessed with the truth. So I want things that get told to reflect reality rather than
Hey, Wolfie. Thank you for the raid, sir.
you know. So I don't you know, sometimes I'll bend the truth for a joke, but it's hard. Yay, raid!
Give Wolfie another shout out here.
I gotta start my stream. It's getting late. I don't know if I'll have enough time.
Oh, sorry if I've been distracting you.
Not your fault.
Having you host over here too. Though to be fair, I mean you could do both at the same time.
Right.
Whether you could
Well,
do
I wouldn't
both
be
well.
I wouldn't be talking to you, but I could have it running.
Hey, Slippy, welcome in, man.
Hey.
I'll give Slippy a shout out as well. Yeah. So for those watching later on, or those who aren't familiar with Slippy and Wolfie, Wolfie's kind of our resident in the Scanline Heroes group. He's kind of our resident poet and wit, and always makes the best jokes, and plays a whole lot of indie Steam games. Plays some retro, but I think a lot of it's new stuff. A lot of puzzle platformers. Very cool channel to watch. Slippy does all kinds of stuff. He is a master of fighting games. So if you're into Street Fighter and what was the other one? Fighter's History of Fighting. I say that jokingly. Don't take it too seriously. But master of fighting games, master of, well, really, like I've watched you play all kinds of stuff, and you're very good just in general at video games. So, and a musician to boot. We'll play a lot of different songs on his channel. So, if that's your bag, and you might check his channel out. Where was I in this fight? I think we've thrown Sapping on, but not really. Anyway, welcome on in, guys. We are continuing the long trip of mapping out this whole floor.
President Twit at your surface.
Let's do.
What game was that in the clip that Slippy was playing?
I'm pretty sure that was Elden Ring. That's a really good one.
I have that. Thank you.
Anytime, man. Anytime you want to play that one. And,
It looked cool. That's why I was asking. So I definitely want to play it. That looks
really
like a really cool RPG action-y kind of game with fighting and monsters and stuff. That looked cool.
It is, what should I say about this one? It is kind of difficult in some ways.
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole Souls community is of mixed opinions on it. Some people say it's a lot harder. Some people say it's a lot easier than previous centuries. I think it's, the speed is much higher. It's much more fast-paced than a lot of the earlier entries. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend it as people's entry into Souls games necessarily.
Well, it's gonna be mine, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I'll play it with you regardless. Either way, I'm happy to have more people enjoying those games. But yeah. Anyway, a lot of the other Souls games have a little bit more room for tactical thinking, strategic thinking. They give you a little bit more time to respond to things. You do, once you commit to an animation of like an attack or something, you are committed, you know, especially if you're using a larger weapon in a similar fashion to the way Monster Hunter works. So it does have that kind of, you know, you do have to think out your attacks. You can't just, you know, spam attacks. Depending on the weapon you use. I mean, there are certain weapons where you can kind of R1 spam. But anyway.
Yeah. I think I got one of those. Maybe I don't know if I paid for it, like it was really cheap, or if it was like a free game with PlayStation Plus, which I don't have anymore. Back in like PlayStation 3 days. But I never played it. But it was a game I was always semi interested in, but never played, and was never afraid of it. For like some people are. Oh, it's hard. You know, these people that are saying it's hard also call like Zelda 1 hard, and I beat that as a kid, so you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I've heard people come back and say Zelda 1 is like the Dark Souls, you know, like everybody's like, it gets overused. It's the Dark Souls of whatever. But I've heard people compare like Zelda 1 to games like that, saying Zelda 1's hard and stuff like that. So I'm not really that afraid of it. Yeah, I have played old games and new games, and I do understand that the new games do seem a lot easier. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm not afraid of it being. I'm not even afraid of it being my first one to play in that. Whatever you call it. Not really a genre. It's more of a franchise.
Yeah,
more
franchise or subgenre. Because like I would include like, you know, Neo and Lords of the Fallen and some of those other games.
Spam attacks only work against vegans.
Yeah, I told you he was our resident wit.
Yeah. It's a good one. That's just funny. That's cool. So you gotta strategize is what is that, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
Well, I would say in the earlier ones, in like Souls and Souls 2, you had like just the general rhythm and speed of combat. It wasn't, I wouldn't call it slow in general, but compared to later games like Bloodborne and Elden Ring, it was slower. So I feel like, you know, to me, I felt like I had more room to decide what I wanted to do and how I wanted to attack things. And a little bit more leeway in dodging things. And there's lots of things in like people have done runs through Dark Souls where they never dodge. They never actually run. They just walk away from boss attacks and animation.
That's like me playing Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Right. And so like you have a dodge button, you know, and most of the time, you know, for an average player, you'd be using it like mad, even in, you know, Dark Souls and Demon Souls and so on.
Right.
But you can play it basically without that, as long as you understand the range and, you know, patterns of boss attacks.
Right.
Which I think is really cool in a way.
I like that. I kind of like that because that's kind of how I play with stuff. Although with the most two recent Zelda games, it's just, well, I can just heal myself. So with one potion and poof, I'm back. It's you know, I kind of cheese it that way. That's how I play. I'm not, you know, that's why I get a kick out of saying extra. I'm like, no, I cheese this like crazy. But I
mean, take
there are other games I've played where I do actually dodge and it's fun, you know.
Yeah. I was gonna say tanking the hits and healing through it is also a viable strategy. Like there are
it works.
There are great shields in Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, and just even regular shields, and so you can have. There's a whole range of different builds that work, and you know people try them, and some of them work better on some bosses, and some of them work worse on other bosses. You know, so it's a good diversity, I guess, of builds and bosses.
Yeah, I hardly like, especially in this one, more so in the first one I used the shield much, but I have not used my shields like almost at all in Tears of the Kingdom. Not used them at all. I still have a whole set, you know, or whatever, and they're all like these awesome shields, and I just don't use them.
Now, I haven't played enough of Breath of the Wild to say this, but I have heard that Breath of the Wild is very heavily influenced by the Souls games.
It could be. It sounds like it, based on what you're saying.
As far as the combat goes. So I think that's the other connection there.
Yeah. Well, then that means I should love the Souls games. I used the shields more in Breath of the Wild because there's a really cool move you can do against the Guardians.
Mm.
It reflects their laser back at them, and if you do it right, sometimes instant kills them.
Ah. Yeah, remember you had a mirror shield, I think, in one of the older, some of the older Zeldas, like Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time.
Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time both have mirror shields, yeah.
So that was kind of a fun mechanic to play with.
You can use the same in Tears of the Kingdom. There is the same mechanic that you have with the mirror shield that was in Ocarina of Time, and I might have been Majora's Mask as well because they have the same engine. Where you have that mirror shield and you need to use it in like the Sand Temple. I'm gonna call it Sand Temple. I don't know what it is really. And you have to like reflect the sun onto something, and you have to aim it with the shield. Well, there are mirror shields in this game that you can get because you can fuse a mirror to your shield, and then you can aim it. And I've done it. There's a sand temple again where you have to do that sort of thing. I love it in that regard. There's different ways to solve a problem too.
Yeah. That's one of the things I think a lot of RPGs kind of lack at, in terms of something that old games used to do fairly well and new games either don't do or don't do well, and that's giving players multiple tools that are like for any given situation you come across, you have a variety of ways to solve it. And like I think that was real common on a lot of the older RPGs, where you could play a character that was more like a master of like high charisma, could talk his way out of anything, and then you had another character that was like just brute force and would be able to intimidate his way through, and then you had other characters who would be able to find some intellectual solution to something if they had high enough skill points and whatever skill checks. And so like the early Fallout games were kind of like that, and that's only a few RPGs these days do something like that anymore, it seems like.
Circle of the Moon. Ever play that one?
Castlevania
Circle of the Moon?
I played that one.
Once you beat it, it gives you like a password to start a new game. You do that as your character name, and then you play as a different character with different attributes, and you have to play it a whole different way, a whole different strategies.
That's not quite what I'm talking about, but that's interesting.
Well, it's similar because you get different characters handle things differently. Obviously, as an RPG, it's going to be, you have maybe a whole team, so they all do it. They all solve a problem at once. But
right,
yeah, it allows for different play styles, and you can learn different play styles and do it, and it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a similar thing.
Yeah,
and there's a couple of Castlevanias like that where you play as different. You can play as different characters, and game's different.
Right. I suppose it's a parallel, kind of like in I guess another game that kind of comes to mind is like Mario 2, where like different characters have different jump heights and different abilities.
Yeah.
So like you can, I want to say, I think Peach typically has like a glide kind of.
Yeah, she got that floaty jump. Yeah.
And then like Luigi has maybe a
different floaty jump.
Is he? I forget what his jump is like.
He's got a float. He jumps higher, but it's floaty and hard to control. Like he's harder to control. He's like a little more like he slips more.
Right. I think
he does it. She has that hover mode, so she goes longer. And then Toad doesn't jump as high, but he doesn't get slowed down by picking up stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And then Mario just
has the highest jump
all around. You can actually Luigi has the highest jump.
Okay.
And Peach has the longest jump. She's got that float thing. Yeah, that's well, that's kind of like what I'm talking about, where you can change characters in Castlevania, except you have to do it for usually you have to do it for like the whole game. You can only be the one character, which you can't switch on this. But you can play the Mario game with any one of those characters and do the whole game with it. You don't have to switch.
You switch. You're given the option to switch at the end of every level, I think.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's exactly right. So you do have to use that one character for that level once you've picked it, but you can change it at the end of every level.
Yeah, I was kind of more referring to like in a lot of the RPG games, like in Fallout, like in I think Disco Elysium might do this from what I've heard, and Shadowrun, the Shadowrun games do it, but like you can basically train your character in different abilities, and it allows you to use different options when you talk to people to get what you want, or to go like there's different story paths you can follow.
Oh, okay, story paths, yeah.
Different abilities, and you also have different ways to solve the same problem. But like one person, talks his way through, another person
So it's like a real RPG in that sense, where if you're doing a tabletop RPG, and different players would not only based on their characters, but based on the personalities of the actual real people players that are playing, would want to solve things different ways. That would tend to inform, what kind of type of player they would play, but or what type of character they would play. But they could solve things differently, and you have to think of options in your head. Like if you're DMing, you'd have to think of different ways that the characters could solve something, so that each player could, come together and solve something. You have to allow for different solutions. Yeah.
Right.
That is an excellent gameplay attribute to have. There is a good game. I haven't really played much of it recently, but I played a little bit of it. Like that, it comes to mind, which is, I believe it's in Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. There are actually 3 different endings, or 3 different ways you can do it. And there are stuff like because I was watching people play it on Twitch, and one guy was like, "I've never even seen this part," because he chose a different path. I don't know about all the solutions and all the puzzles and stuff, but there are like puzzles you don't even see if you do a different path. It just came to mind recently, but there are a few other games that are like that. There is one. Oh, what's the Skyward Sword has a few things like that, where there's a different path you can choose for like a side story. What else? Epic Mickey has a 3. You actually have to play if you want to get all the like collect all the things, kind of a thing, or whatever, like 100% it, so to speak. And I know there are other games you have to play many more times than this, but that one you have to play through it 3 times, because if you want to see all the paths, you have to play through it 3 times at a minimum. I played through it 5 times.
I guess the winner in that the winner in that category is probably Nier Automata. You have to go through that game like 15 times to get to get the true ending, quote unquote. But you play as like 3 or 4 different three or four different characters, I think.
Well, I heard that the Chrono Trigger has like 20 something endings, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, Chrono Trigger is another good example of a game that does that well.
Yeah. Which I didn't even know that. I played about halfway through it and got stuck, but...
Yeah, it has it kind of in both senses that we're talking about, in as much as you get different story paths and different characters do different things at different plot points. And you can make, like the big thing is, when do you fight Lavos, right? That's what determines which story entity you get. So that's not that interesting per se, but the whenever you do your fights, which party you choose will and which characters you pick together will very much determine what are feasible playstyles or what are feasible tactics to use.
Yes. Agreed with that.
So like you have that
some of that in
of
Phantasy Star 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it changes the ending much, but it definitely, at least with the play styles, to a certain extent, because the different characters do have different attributes, and you can pick different teams.
Mm-hmm.
Another one I haven't finished. That gets tedious. That one does.
Yeah, I remember I was having a whole conversation about,
I was thinking as far as I did. Yeah. It's super grindy. I don't know. I mean, it felt super grindy to me, and I was a big fan of the original one, and there were lots of things I didn't like about it. Not didn't like, but didn't like as much about it. It's a good game, but... And I don't know if this is just, modern quality of life stuff. Or what, but it has some issues.
I mean, I will say, I think one aspect of good design for RPGs is that if you're fighting most fights along the way to a boss fight, or along the way to to just an area with particular types of enemies or whatever, if you don't have to grind very much and you're competitive, you can do the fights. Maybe they're easier if you have fought more battles than you need to, and they're harder if you haven't. And in some games it's the opposite way. But I think that shows good design if you don't have to, if it doesn't have to be grindy. Like I don't think it's necessarily a good. It's not necessarily a good measure if you can get away with defeating every creature in the game without having leveled at all, which is something you can actually do in Dark Souls, because it's more about learning. It's really more about learning patterns, and leveling up tends to just make it so that you're doing more damage per hit, so you have fewer hits to avoid, and or you've improved your defense, improved your health, so you have more room for mistakes.
Right.
So it's more like that. But if you actually
that's like my Zelda 2 strategy. My Zelda 2 strategy is, and this is not only me, but I came to this strategy on my own accord, but other people have too. What I mean, is that I go for attack, because if you can kill him in one hit, you don't have to dodge as much.
This is true.
So you don't have to have that mistake of dodging at the wrong moment, kind of a thing.
That's my preferred method for getting through most things too. It's just
yeah. So it gives you more room. Yeah.
Right.
Basically the same. Basically the same thing.
What was that? There's a sci-fi series of basically Star Wars, but from the Legion's perspective, or the glass cannon. Wowie.
Glass cannon. Wow. Yes, glass cannon. And that it is a glass cannon. Yeah. But it works if you can eliminate them first. It really works in that game. It's a great strategy. It's a little bit tricky at first, so you might want to beef up your health more. But it's one of those, if you don't mess up, although that one's hard to not mess up in. But if you don't mess up, you don't have to worry about it. And you have fewer chances to mess up since you take them out faster.
Right.
The Eevee evolutions are glass cannon.
I was gonna say in Zelda, Zelda 2, you get to pick what you're leveling, which you level. But
yeah, you have magic, defense, magic, health, and attack. The three things. And attack is actually the one that takes the most points to do.
Right. And in most of the Zelda games, you can't really control. You get more hearts, period. Oftentimes you get better swords and things as you go along as well, and or better armor. but you always get more health.
Yeah, you always have more health to get. I think in all of them, I think you get more hearts. I think you can in all of them. Yeah, the only one that has like something like that where you pick. There's a couple where you get magic, but you don't have to pick. Like Wind Waker has a magic thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you can increase your magic bar. And then Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have magic or stamina, and you get to pick which one you do there. So there is some choice there. Pro tip: go for stamina.
Mm-hmm. Then you can roll more. Dodge roll.
Dodge roll. Well, I don't think you have to use stamina to dodge roll, but you could. It's stamina's used in attacks, certain attacks, charge attacks, I should say. It's used in climbing. It's used in the paragliding.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very good for that, and it helps you get places more. The health is useful for, if you get hit, you don't die in one hit, versus, if you have lots of health. But you can get potions that give you bonus hearts. Or meals. Actually, it's more meals than potions. Even the potions are called, I think, elixirs or something.
Mm-hmm.
In game. But the meals, you take a meal and it gives you bonus hearts, so you get extra hearts that, like, if you lose them, you can't get them back by getting another heart.
Mm-hmm.
But it's over and above what your normal capacity is.
Right. So you can, like, basically it takes an extra hit or two for you or something.
Yeah. So that's what you do. You just don't get hit.
There you go. That's the strategy that works in every game.
But that's what I did. Not initially, because initially I was like, oh, I need more hearts, I need more life, so I don't get killed right away. But I got to it, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna build up my stamina. I build it up like 2 wheels in Breath of the Wild. I build up 2 wheels worth, and then I can go everywhere. I can get almost anywhere. There's some stuff I do, and I build up the stamina, and then I go for the hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what my playstyle is in that one. It allows you to go everywhere. And I like the exploration. So like the first thing I do is like do all the towers, unlock the map, and then I go through the other stuff.
Right.
It's just my play style. And then in the new one, I was kind of started doing the same thing, but then it's like kind of like they kind of want you to get hearts and stuff. And there's a thing, it's kind of spoilery, so I won't say, but there's a kind of a thing that you want to do that you actually want to get stamina for. So they kind of trick you into thinking like, oh, I need hearts instead of stamina because there's stuff. It's a weird.
Well, I imagine there's places you have to climb to, and you have to use stamina to climb, right?
Yeah. It's a weird kind of juxtaposition where they do that. But I started going for hearts first because it's balanced a lot differently. And it's like, man, I need hearts. So I got a few hearts, and then I got to a certain part, and I was like, no, I need stamina. And I just maxed out my stamina right there, and I had like 6 hearts or whatever it was.
Yeah, the going back to talking Souls games, like the Souls games are very similar in terms of when you're trying to build up kind of your style of gameplay, and there's certain weapons you can't use really until you get a certain amount of strength, or you get a certain amount of dexterity. So like there are people have done level 1 clears of the game. It's very difficult, obviously, but
Sure.
there are certain builds you just can't do with that. Like you can't be a spellcaster with the ultimate spells with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can't be a big dumb hammer user and be wielding the biggest hammer. Yeah. I don't know.
Zelda has stuff like that too, where you can't get the equipment until you have enough hearts. Even if it goes back to the very first game, has that. Most of the other games don't. The only other ones I can think of is Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that have that, where you need a certain something to get certain weapons.
Yeah.
That's that goes back to the original Zelda has that, where you can't get certain weapons until you have enough hearts.
Oh, that was a little bit scary. And here goes my mana. I probably should have just fought that fight.
Huh.
Oh well.
Yeah, I did do a challenge. I've done some challenge runs of some stuff, which are my own little challenges I did, but there actually is a challenge run I heard about, and I've done it in Tomb Raider 2. There's a don't use any health challenge run. It's actually not that hard. Because I played, it was like the first time I played through it, and then I kind of played through it again and redid it, and I was like, and I don't think I actually did the challenge. Like, I think there was one part where I did use a health. I think there may be one part where you have to use a health. I can't remember. So that one doesn't count. But because if you have to, you have to. But there is, and I think there may have been one part where I didn't do it, but I went and redid the level at one point or something like that. But you can get through that without using any health. And I've done it. It's not that hard. You just have to memorize where all the stuff is and not, fall down there or whatever. There are enemies that come at you and shoot you and stuff, so you do have to be. They shoot. I don't even remember now. In that one, I think there are. There are in the first one too. Although most of them are like tigers and stuff,
Right. Dinosaurs, tigers, bears.
Yeah, dinosaurs. Here's Yeti.
It's been
but the second one
since I played Tomb Raider, but I've got some fond memories of that game.
The second one is actually a better game than the first one. I've played it through. Ending's kind of stupid, but I think it's the second one that has like the stupid ending. But you can do that without using any health. I think it refills your health at the beginning of each level too, so that kind of helps. But I basically did that challenge, I think, except for maybe like right at the end. The ending's weird. Not weird, but the ending's like... The ending's the only part that's hard to do that with. So I might not have done that, but... I remember reading about that because I was following a guide to learn stuff because I was like trying to find all the secrets and stuff after a certain amount. I play through it, and then I used the thing to find all the secrets later, second go through kind of thing. And yeah, I have read that there was one, and I just kind of happened to do it. Wasn't intentionally going like, I'm going to do this challenge. I just kind of messed around with it, and I was like, yeah, it's not that hard. Do it without using heals.
Yeah, it really varies from game to game, whether doing stuff like damage list challenges is hard or not.
Yeah. Which is surprisingly not that hard, you know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas like I almost did it on accident just because it was my second playthrough and I was trying to be careful because I was trying to get stuff.
Right.
Wild.
And there are definitely some games where it's like, you feel like you almost have to try to get hit to be hit by bosses. It's that easy.
Yeah.
And there are other games where it's like, practically impossible. And you just, you think to yourself of the devs and you're like, the same way the hostage thinks of terrorists. It's like, so rough.
That's like any shoot 'em up.
Yeah, well, a lot of shoot 'em ups anyway.
Right? It's like me joking about, what was it, Gradius 2, I can't get past the first boss. I have done back a few years back when they were doing I think Gradius 3, because I was playing on the PSP, and I did get past the first boss, I think. I might have gotten to the second boss on that, but I did not do it this time when it was the game of the month.
Yeah, I was able to do it for Scanline Heroes, I was really quite satisfied and surprised with myself that I was able to. Yeah, he's saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I started yawning. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
It's been fun. Thank you very much for hopping in chat with me, Drake. It's been it's really kept things
Thanks.
more lively. I appreciate your company.
I think you did a good job on that one, on that game. But hey, but I see that a lot with shmups, where it's like, I think, how is this even possible? But it's one of the things I did explore, like talking with Game Boy Guru, and it's like I've played games and I'm like, how is this even possible? And I'm playing, like, I don't know if it's Tetsui or something like that, where it's like bullet hell, so you're like, how is this even possible? And then suddenly I realized, wait, I'm getting to level 4 now, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where like I couldn't even get there with continues before, and now it's like, well, I do actually learn and get a little bit better, so it is possible, you know.
Right.
Someday hang out with Baron and Drake. Yeah.
I think I mean there's a lot of like muscle memory to it, of, you know, knowing where the bullets are going to go, especially with Gradius, like knowing where the enemies are going to appear, where the bullets generally are going to go, how to, you know, you kind of learn to juke them and bait them, and so on and so forth. You know, like I watched Vance Velez go through and do a bunch of those, and like, yeah, you get better, you get a little better at it every time you play, until eventually, you know, you're rocking it, and you know, getting a 1LC all the way to like stage 4, stage 5, stage 6.
Yeah.
And he was playing it on the hardest mode too, so, you know, props to him. Again, let me since we're talking about him, let me give him a shout out here.
It takes a lot of time.
He's also a master of Panic Bomber. If you ever played the Bomberman game, Panic Bomber.
Oh.
There he's doing some Ninja Gaiden too. Ninja Gaiden, I don't know.
Gaiden is the correct Japanese pronunciation, but
yeah.
but I sure pronounced it Ninja Gaiden back in the day, I'll tell you.
What was I saying? Oh yeah. So like it's you get the muscle memory as you go along. You get, the more you play it, the better you get. And a lot of games have more like when you first play them, you know, they're a little bit overwhelming, you know, in the amount of just information being thrown at you is sort of too much to comprehend at once. But, you know, once you get further along, you start to see where, like, there are good games. This isn't necessarily true for all games, but good games.
No, I haven't, Stan. Sorry.
Have you been playing?
He means Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, Tears of the Kingdom.
Sorry, yeah, that's a weird word there.
Eats.
Yeah.
Anyway, was it
Tears?
Right. My brain got sidetracked there. So in good games, you almost always start to find like a path through, you know, and sometimes it's like a, you know, it's hard to see it. It's like an animal path, you know, and there's foliage everywhere. But there's, in good games, there's almost always like a path through that developers have built, kind of, to get through a game. Yes. And so once you've identified that path of how to do that in that game, you know, maybe that does go back to kind of what Cosmic was saying about it being like every game is a puzzle, you know. So maybe there is some element to that.
Yeah, well, every game you have to figure out something, so there's that.
Yeah. I guess it's even more obvious in games like that. I think it's Darius and Barodius, where, and I mean, I guess some of the later Gradiuses have stages kind of like this that I'm thinking of, but some of those stages where they're like, if you go, you're given multiple choices of path, and there are some paths that are just dead ends, right? And I feel like that's kind of unfair, because it's basically just trial and error. You can't like react to having gone the wrong way. Right. But it is, once you know which way it is, like, you know, it's sort of obvious, and then
Yeah. Unless you forget, you're never gonna go the wrong way again.
right until you forget, right?
Right. Like I said, unless you forget, you know that, so it's not like that's a choosable thing at that point. But yeah, there's no skill in that. It's just what you know it or you don't.
Right.
I still enjoy those though. There's a few of those in some of the games I play. I think Thunder Force 2 has some stuff like that. Some of the Gradius games do too. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember one in particular in Proteus.
I actually need to fire up Tears of the Kingdom, I think.
Yes.
I gotta take a break. So I'm gonna like go on mute and wander off, okay?
That's fine. Thanks for being around.
Yeah.
Let's see. Boost, I guess. We're gonna run out of Defender and Immunize next turn. But that's okay. I think we just got Ted. And yeah, you're right, Stan. It's really been a long stream. It's already been almost 5 hours. Another 5-hour stream, and I'm not quite fully mapped out yet. But I do feel like we made some good progress. Let's see here. It's gone. So let's put up some shelter. Let's go for. Got his head. Still needs arms. Yes. Still going for those. Let's do bravery. Might as well use the boost. And we will do that. Because we're boosting. Alright, got his legs. Still need his arms, I think. Go with that, go with that. That. Definitely not SSJ. Not Super Saiyan. Okay, got his arms. So we should be able to do. Of course, at this point, we're going to do Climax because he's already in the red, but whatever. Corruption, I guess. Drake left. Yeah, Drake is booting up Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, I think I might take a food break here myself and then and raid him once he's going. So let me bring up his channel on the side here. And if he starts streaming, I can toss him a raid. He's not going yet. Even when he does, you can raid over there, and we'll just keep going till then. Let's see here. There we go. Not a Super Saiyan. He ain't even playing. Got like 1 point in the CA season ranking. Wishing he was Vegeta, but his hair has failed its leader. Just another New Yorker trying to be a baller. I think Slippy's poetry skills today are over 9,000. See that one, and that one, and then that one, and that one. Gamer is straight up playing. Is there a bit of irony there in misspelling grammar after saying that you correct somebody else's spelling? Hung dry like your laundry. Don't even try to beat me. You two level like Krillin versus 18. Okay, that guy's respawned. How do laundry and 18 work? And so beat me and 18, I guess, are the the ones that rhyme there. I don't know. Found a video for you. Oh, links don't work in here. You probably want to DM him in a whisper or in Discord or something like that. I've got it set. The auto mod's fairly strict. Unfortunately, I've had a couple of incidents that made me do that. But oh, he's eating, not actually listening. Okay. That's cool. Or I guess if he's not listening, I should say. I should just type it. I've had people come in that were like spammers that were like, hey, listen, do you wanna get a whole big audience on Twitch or on YouTube? Go to this link, join this community. You know, not super bad, you know, as far as things go, but I have had people putting links in that I didn't want in my channel, so. I mean, you say a new thing, but I've seen that kind of thing for a while. I mean, it's true to say that I haven't been too serious about streaming until like last winter, but I have I initially set stuff high because I encountered people way back in like when I was playing Dark Souls 3, which is when I had initially started my channel way back when that came out. What am I doing? Oh,
Ancient history, in internet terms.
Yes, 2014, I think.
Oh, that feels like a lifetime ago. Kind of is.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm back, obviously.
Well, yes, we'll come back. What kind of eats did you get? You have to tell us now.
It was just rice.
Oh. Did he even like season it?
I could put a joke right now, but I'm not gonna. I put soy sauce on it.
Oh, there you go.
My wife cooks rice in chicken broth, so it's.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
But I did put soy sauce on it because I felt like it was.
So I guess the joke is, but you did have seasoning.
Something like that, yeah. I'll just say yes. I'm not going there.
I saw a box of tricks that attacked it. Oh, Saiyan, you're supposed to be the good example here with your protein
really?
shakes and protein cookies. Saiyan said he found a box of tricks.
Yes, I see that in the thing.
Don't you know the tricks are for kids?
I've had 2 protein bars today, and that's it. So I'm like, I gotta eat something.
Oh,
And that's what she made, so that's what I ate. That's how it works.
one day is okay.
One day it's okay if you're really careful and don't let it slip. I have a problem of if I do that, then all I want and I crave is the carbs constantly. So it's I gotta be really careful with that. Yeah, if you eat it like that all the time, then it's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a protein bar for breakfast and one for lunch. And coffee. That was it. That's all I've had today, so. Would have liked something. Well, I mean, the protein bars probably have a lot of they have protein in them, obviously. There's those built bars I think I mentioned.
Yeah.
I usually only have one a day, but I usually don't have breakfast and I just have one for lunch. I skip days occasionally too. You're still looking for them? It's built.com. BUILT. If you're looking for those.
Wolfie says he ate 15 quarts. Or is that 1.5 or 15? It's 1.5.
That looks like 1.5
to me. Ice cream, 14.5 ounce of Doritos, and a full box of some snack cakes today. Being very precise, aren't you? 1.5.
That's probably means it's a whole bag.
Yeah.
And a whole container. That does not sound healthy.
Was it?
I have had days like that.
Yeah. Wolfie, was it you that we were talking to some time ago? I think you were talking about that you had entire thing. Yeah. I want to say it was Wolfie we were talking to that had like some kind of record for eating Cheetos or something.
Oh, Sundays are the cheat days. That's cool. That's fair then.
Ah. Oh, that's Sneebro, not Wolfie.
Oh, Sneebro,
I'm sorry,
yes.
man. I'm sorry. It's.
Wolfie, was it?
I'm
Wolfie,
looking.
who's it that said he? It was saying they ate the whole tricks thing, right?
Yeah, I was saying that was talking about tricks. Sneebro was talking about
now.
1.5 quarts of ice cream. But
Sneebro, yeah.
I think it was Wolfie earlier. I was talking to at some point. We're talking about Cheetos, or Doritos. I think it was Cheetos, and he had won a contest of eating them. We're just hassling you, man.
I used to eat Cheetos. One bowl of tricks. Oh, okay. I thought it was a whole box. That would be bad. One bowl. All right, I'll give you one bowl, but even that. Yeah.
But now he's
even
gonna
that,
tell
if
us,
you do it all the time, is not good. But
now he's gonna tell us he's using the mixing bowl as a bowl.
oh, but the bowl is it's a gallon bowl, right? It fits one whole box. Boxes are smaller than they were. Oh, Reese's cereal, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
chocolate and peanut butter is my weakness. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got my I've had subscriptions with Amazon for the Quest peanut butter cup things. Those are delicious.
I can give you a link to the build if you guys want.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I'm not even going to give you my, like, oh, I get like $50 back or whatever it is, 19 cents, whatever they give me. 'Cause it's a referral link. I believe it is just built.com, I believe. Yeah. Built.com. There you go.
Yeah.
If you're looking for those, I go for the peanut butter brownie ones is what I get. But I've tried most, if not all, of the flavors. They do kind of rotate in new flavors. But I've got those on subscription. I have on average one a day. Which they can run up to almost $3 for one bar. So yeah, use sparingly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it has helped. It has helped my diet. I basically go with the caffeine because I drink coffee and I drink it black. I don't put sugar or any of the extra calories in it.
That's one of my weaknesses.
Yeah, I make a one of those 24-ounce French presses of it, and I drink that. And then if I'm doing it right, depends on how low calories I need to like balance my weight out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're good. And the calories are less than a regular big candy bar, you know. And I get I get that, and then I do that first thing in the morning, and then I try to have like the Built Bar at noon, so that way I don't have a breakfast, and then I have a regular dinner, and I can lose weight that way. And then if I'm just trying to maintain, I might have one for breakfast, and then have like a small lunch and a regular dinner, you know, if I'm trying to maintain but not get too fat. And then I also try to lean towards the proteins versus the carbs in general. But sometimes it's difficult. But I have noticed it's easier to not give in if you hold out longer before you eat something, or if you go with the protein versus the, you know, you'll be satisfied with the protein, whereas the carbs you'll just want more in 5 minutes.
I think it's also a matter of like if you've been on track for a while, it's easier to be on track, and it's easier. Like I think the first week of being on a diet, the first and second weeks are like the hardest. And like once you can establish yourself for like a week or two, it's not so bad.
Well, I've been doing this for a year now, and last summer I lost 25 pounds, and since then I've lost maybe another 10. I'm up a couple pounds from that, but I did get down to another 10 from that, and I'm right there. If you look at the BMI thing, like if I want to be right in the center of what it is, I'd be at 160 pounds. 160 pounds would be actually in the middle. But I'm at like right now. This morning I think I was 175.5. But I was down to like 173.
Well, congratulations,
172 was my lowest. So and that's well within normal. Like overweight is anything over 183 for me, as far as going on BMI. So I wanted to get, because I was hovering around 183, but I'd go up and down to normal. You know, obviously it varies from day to day. So I was going around from like 186 to 180, basically there, and I didn't want to be there because I didn't want to be hovering and hitting and being technically overweight. So I lost like another 10 pounds ish, and I feel much better now. But I could be safe to lose enough up to go down to 160. That seems really low. I would probably like to want to hover around 170. What I probably would do is I'd probably work out more and then bulk up my muscle, and then I probably would go up in weight. Yeah. I'm not actually that thin. I'm not fat, but I'm not overweight. But I think my muscle to fat ratio has always been like not typical. Like as a kid I'd always been skinny, but no, that's not true. In high school I was skinny because I was doing the growth spurt stuff. As a kid I've always been a little bit like not fat, but a normal like kind of kid fat. Yeah, the extra muscle helps not only helps burn off the excess, but it helps. You're denser though, so you weigh more for the same volume. But my volume was always low. Like even when I was like super fat, I only weighed like 208. And that's technically obese for me. I'm 6 feet tall, so I'm not I'm not short, but I was really fat. Whereas I've seen other people that look like that and they're like 250, 300, and I think they just have more muscle than me. I'm just not a muscular guy at all. I've always been kind of a wimp. Yeah, I wouldn't mind putting on another 10 pounds if it was all muscle. That's why I want to lose weight down to like, at least 170, maybe more, and then build it up. I think maybe the way to go. That's just me. Maybe I'm stupid, but that's my plan.
No, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
I've not consulted anyone for this. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do.
Yeah.
For consulting. Or,
but I figured I looked at the BMI and 160 is dead center of like between the you're too skinny, you're too fat range, and 160 is dead center, and I don't even think I want to get down that much.
Right. I mean,
I'm just getting to the point where I got fat I want to burn off, but not.
I'd be pretty happy to get down to 200. I've been down to about 240. I think right now I'm probably up towards 280, 290. I haven't weighed myself because I don't want to know. I don't want to know how bad it's gotten.
160 seems like nothing for 6 feet. I agree.
Yeah, I'm only 5'9". I'm a manlet.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
5'9". You're as tall as my sister.
I blame my mom.
See, yeah. But see, obviously I haven't seen full pictures of you or anything, and I'm not asking for it. But I probably looked as big as you, maybe not quite, when I was at 208. So I'm weird.
Well, what's your height, if you don't mind me asking?
6 feet.
6 feet.
6 feet.
Yeah, you would probably wear it with less of an issue. Well, no, because you're saying you looked as big as I am when you were at 200?
No, well, 208, yeah. I think I could be wrong because I'm not.
That seems like the opposite of what it should be.
Yeah, either I'm a really horrible judge of it, but I definitely weigh less than it looks like I do compared to like the average guy, because I think the average guy has more muscle than I do. That's what I'm trying to say.
I definitely
the actual weight. I have more fat than muscle compared to most guys.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to say. Because I'm just not that like. I'm kind of a wuss, so I haven't really worked out much, so I never built up that sort of muscle, whatevers. What do you want to call it? Muscle mass.
Yeah, I
did a little in high school, but I just do the minimum because I've never been like athletic and what have you. So now I do worry about that a little bit. But some of the weight loss is going to be muscle, but that's why you got to adjust the diet. That's the only thing. That's the only concern about me getting so low on the weight.
Right. It's like the base numbers aren't the whole picture. It's you don't want.
They're not. They're a good kind of don't know if guideline's the right word, but it's kind of like how IQ isn't really strictly the measure of intelligence, but it's kind of an estimated index, but there's other factors in there, you know?
Right. It's mostly about speed of pattern recognition.
Right.
Which actually it kind of surprises me that, because I don't feel like I'm very good at pattern recognition, or at least not very quickly. Like, I do well enough on the tests and things when I have time. But like when we're playing video games, I would kind of imagine that there's some parallel in terms of IQ and ability to figure out patterns in a game. So I would feel like, I don't pick up games all that quickly. So that seems like that would be a mark of low IQ, but I test fairly high. So I don't know. But as you say, it's not everything. The numbers doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, they don't tell the whole story is what I'm trying to say. And it's an IQ, so it's sort of an average. That's what the Q means, quotient, like you're dividing stuff. It's sort of an average of stuff. So you could be high in one area and not in another area. It's similar to like in what's the good example? Well, one of the shmups, and there's other games like this where they have those personality things, and the points are like on one factor you're like 100, and another factor you're like 60. There was one of the shmups that Game Boy Guru was doing, and he would get like a C, but he'd be like A in this one category and B in another category and stuff like that. So that's kind of how IQ works, where it averages out. So you could be really particularly good at a certain thing that especially if you specialize for it, and it kind of averages out.
And see, bro, I feel like I'm fairly quick at picking up RPGs, but a lot of that's also just experience with them. I've played games that are like this or games that are like that. So if I play a game that's got elements of X, Y, and Z that I'm already familiar with, then I'm gonna pick it up fairly quickly. But that's not necessarily a matter of me having like high IQ as much as just having played a lot of games that are similar, I guess.
Yeah. And you could forget things as you get older too. IQ usually goes down.
Yeah.
But and it's the same thing for BMI. It doesn't tell the whole story, because the only way to know for sure of your fat to muscle ratio is they got to dunk you underwater, and your buoyancy test is really, there's probably another way to do it, but that's really the only practical way to do it.
Yeah. And Stan and I have talked about working out versus or being skilled physically versus being skilled mentally before, and it's just, it's best to be both. I really admire Aristotle and Plato and Aquinas.
I was gonna say the ancients that value mind and body.
Yeah.
Which is something I sorely lack with the body. At least I acknowledge it now, I guess.
There's a good famous old quote that's like something like if you let what is it? It's like something about like,
I think I know the quote you're talking about, but I can't remember the specifics.
Yeah, it's like if you only train your mind, then you will be destroyed by people who train their body, or is it? It's like I don't remember it well enough. I'll just shut up. Never mind. But the basic idea is you want both. Mentally wins out hands. Mentally wins out hands down. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist. It's like the whole running phase is like what is it?
Equivalent exchange.
Yeah, Toka Kokan. Equivalent exchange. Like every time you want something, you have to give something up. But I think you can. It's better to have a balance of I think mental and physical, and I think your mental acuity is improved with like your response times are improved for processing information and stuff if you are physically fit. So the two go very much hand in hand, whereas a person that's not working out at all is more well, I'm not entirely sure about like neurological diseases, but I want to say like they do they'll put elderly folks that are suffering from neurological diseases, one of the treatments is to do like physical therapy and have them work out and things like that, and that helps from what I understand. So it's both. It's good to have both. It's good to do some like crossword puzzles and puzzle games and so on, and it's good to do some physical fitness. Do your PT.
Yeah. That's my trouble, is that I was just never into it as a kid in life. But, as I've been saying for the past 15 years, well, I'm gonna clean up the basement and get an area for that. Anyway, I'm gonna go live now.
All right, man.
Since I have access to this, so I gotta kind of mute this stuff so that I can focus on that.
Once you're up, I will toss you a raid, and then I'm gonna go on a food break myself.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What do I want to do? Okay. I'm dropping out. See ya.
See ya.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So for everyone that's been watching, I'm going to be raiding Drake pretty soon here. He plays. I'll give him another shout out here. I know I've been doing shout outs left and right, but we'll give him another one. He's been focused on Tears of the Kingdom, the new Zelda game that's been out. That's been his jam lately, so he'll be playing some of that. And I will be back after food break, continuing to work on mapping this area out. So thank you very much for coming by, hanging out. Hopefully you had fun. Oh, looks like he's going now. So I'll raid him as soon as I get to back to town. So we'll defeat this guy, use our warp wire, and then go get food. Let's do this one. I guess we were talking about things to do to stay on track, and it's almost like one of the best things for me to do is to forget about eating and just play on a game like this, because then I don't eat and I fast kind of unintentionally. So maybe not the best strategy, but that is something that helps sometimes. Oh, and he's rocking the Link's Awakening. That's cool. That. Yeah. I mean, if it works for you, right? I've lost myself in games and lost myself in books at times, and that's been my best method of fasting. Let's see, boost. Make sure you drink a lot of water. The desk I'm on, actually, I can make it. I have an option to kind of lift it up. I'm a little scared too because the monitor that's on it, I don't want to break the monitor, but I think I can lift it up. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. If you're lost in a game that requires you to exercise and it's a VR game, then you know, you got the best of both worlds there. There we go. Tap a button and it goes to the height I like for standing, and then tap another button and it goes to sitting height. I have one where I have to like reach down and click and then kind of pull it up or push it down, and it has like a couple of like points where it like clicks, and you know, it clicks up and clicks down and like keeps that level. But it's not automated, so not as nice, that's for sure. Let's use this one. Back to town. Yeah, it's mostly just because I have a fairly expensive monitor that I can't replace easily if it breaks. So that's a worry, and I don't necessarily want to mess with the whole desk at once with that on it. But anywho, it wouldn't be a bad idea to set up my desk to be a standing desk. I've done that a few times when I get like tired and I don't want to go to sleep. But or at least I've stood at my desk, I should say. Didn't really adjust it too far. Anywho, we're now good, so let's save. And let's do that raid. And let us leave off with the fun. The shadow.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
See you guys later.
The shadow knows.
Alright. Yeah, rating.